Hello and welcome to the Nausicaäst. The Nausicaäst is where we go through each movie made by Studio Ghibli in release order and discuss our analysis and research findings. Today is a very special episode for a couple of reasons. First of all, we're discussing one of the most, if not the number one most famous work by Miyazaki and Studio Ghibli. That is, of course, Spirited Away. But it's also our Halloween episode. What fantastic timing. We'll be diving into a world of strange spirits in another world and people turning into pigs and all sorts of spooky stuff.
I'm perfectly terrified.
I'm trembling. I'm trembling in my seat.
Yeah, you see, even the great Cthulhu is not immune to the spookiness of late October. So yeah, we'll be discussing Spirited Away, and I am going to be your host and moderator for this fantastic little adventure. I am PlatonSkull. I have been on most, but not all, episodes of this podcast, and with me is, of course, Njard, whose channel this is.
Hey, I'm Njard. My pronouns are he/him. And I welcome you to watching me today sit in the back seat.
Yeah, my pronouns are also he/him. Forgot to mention. With us is also Hipster Cthulhu.
Yes, I will also claim those he/hims, and as well as say that I'm on most episodes, even more than Platon.
Oh shit! coming for the crown, are we? Right. We are also joined by Roggol.
Hello, my name is Roggol. My pronouns are he, him. I've been on a couple of carts. Good to be back.
Good to have you back.
Yeah. We have also Xiff.
Hello, I'm Xiff. My pronouns are they, them. And I'm glad that you can have me on this cast. Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, after the lightning comes the Thunderer.
Hello, I'm the Thunderer, he, him, and Spirited Away is the best movie of all time.
Oh yeah, I think we should mention that right here, right? That we have, I think
for
two of us think that Spirited Away is their favorite movie of all time, if I'm not getting this wrong. At least two of us, Roggol and Thunderer, right?
Spirited Away is my favorite animated movie. I'm not sure if it would be my favorite overall movie. It's definitely my favorite animated movie, though.
Yeah, like in my estimation, to quote Francis Ford Coppola when he was asked about the films of Akira Kurosawa, it's talking about Miyazaki's movies. Like, it's not so much which are great and which aren't. It's more which are the greats and which are merely very, very excellent. Yeah. So unfortunately, like in my view, Spirited Away is merely very, very excellent and contains some of Miyazaki's very best work and creativity and scenes. I can't unfortunately praise it higher than that, but we'll see if my mind changes during this discussion. If you are listening to this podcast on YouTube, be advised you can find an MP3 download link in the description, and we are also on Libsyn, which also will be linked in the description, and that also means you can listen to every episode of the Nausicaäst on Spotify, iTunes, or wherever you listen to podcasts. So, Spirited Away, Sento Chihiro no Kamikakushi, is a 2001 animated feature film from Studio Ghibli, directed by the legendary, the main man himself, anime's bestest grumpy grandpa, Hayao Miyazaki. And at the year of its release, it was the most successful film, the most profitable film in all of Japanese history. It was a crazy, crazy big deal.
Even the highest grossing film in Japanese history, overtaking Titanic at the point.
Which is also means that Miyazaki did James Cameron, where he released he directed Princess Mononoke, which was the highest-grossing Japanese film of all time. But it was passed over the same year by Titanic, of course. But still, it still counts. And then like his subsequent film broke his own record, which that's pretty impressive. So. Yeah.
Didn't James Cameron then take it back later? I don't actually know. I wonder if Avatar also was like the number one film in Japan at some point.
Yeah, it might be. No, I don't think so. No,
I believe Kimi no Na passed Spirited Away.
Yeah. Your Name was the first film to surpass Spirited Away in Japanese box office. But this isn't the podcast about animated films and their box office records.
No? Fuck, I'm wrong.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So after finishing Princess Mononoke, which was an enormous project for Studio Ghibli and for Miyazaki, and the first of Miyazaki's works to incorporate digital effects, Miyazaki was the workaholic that he is and always has been, was hard at work figuring out his next film.
At first, we need to say it was not only his first film after Mononoke Hime to also incorporate digital effect, but also the first film after Mononoke Hime that he said he would retire before actually then going to make another film. So that's the tradition that we're continuing as well. Because Miyazaki was retired. Then, well, as we talked about in Wisdom of the Heart, Yoshifumi Kondo died, and a week later, Miyazaki stepped back to Studio Ghibli to rejoin and take over efforts again.
Right, you are. So in the beginning, like the beginnings of the project was he was working on a story called Rin the Chimney Painter, which was set in the aftermath of the 1923 Tokyo earthquakes. And at this point, Toshio Suzuki is like kind of looking at trends, how things are going, and kind of is. Like feels like the public is in mood for like a more like kid-friendly fare, and another sort of like serious stuff that Princess Mononoke was. So he goes to Miyazaki and can we like do like a kids film? And Miyazaki gets to work. The only thing that sort of like remained from Rin the Chimney Painter was the song "Always With Me," which was originally like made for that project, which became the end credits song for Spirited Away. And not to be completely outdone by the grandness of Princess Mononoke, this film had a whole lot of animators, among other reasons due to the sheer size of the cast of weird characters, and especially technically difficult to animate characters. It was around 42 animators working on this movie. The inspirations for the movie, if a couple that Miyazaki specifically names, the Edo Tokyo Architectural Museum, which preserved some old style Japanese architecture that was going extinct, especially in the aftermath and the rebuilding after World War II.
Oh yeah, I was looking at some of those pictures. It's like an entire village in the old style of architecture, like open air, completely set up, like a extended array of houses and streets and so on. Looks really cool.
Yeah, which was heavily inspirational for the village outside of the bathhouse in the spirit world. And the bathhouse itself, its interior is said to have been inspired by the Tokyo Meguro Gajuen hotel / restaurant, which you can find images from within there. And it has the same like real like gaudy big Asian aesthetic going on.
I think it's also an interesting choice that Miyazaki chose to pick a hotel that's actually like relatively like new. Like it looks all old on its interior and the style, but it's like was made within the 20th century and kind of reflects something about the bathhouse as well. That it's like the dad speculates that it was a theme park in the 90s, and that kind of reflects this era of like an old style being made new. And you can see there's even quite modern parts of the hotel that wouldn't mean that it's actually that old.
That's a good good point actually. Like the theme park, obviously with the aesthetics of like an Edo era Japanese town, what we could see, that's kind of like the perfect idea of like the commodification of culture that is then being sold to tourism and to sell like an idea of old Japan. Kind of like what we also had in Pompoko when we also discussed like how the festival kind of panders to public, and then they also form the theme park. Fittingly.
It's also kind of like what Mark Fisher talks about, like hauntology, right? Using new techniques and technologies to recreate the old and the sort of, at least the feeling of old things, like kind of a retro futurism sort of.
Great point. I'll put that actually down, but because I think we can actually talk about this a bit later when we get to more of that. But we are stuck at the.
We'll get deeper into the setting.
Back to Platon. The ball. I'm throwing it your way.
Sorry, I was just going to mention one. There's one really nice shot that I feel symbolizes this the best, where she's crossing the bridge originally when she shows up to the bathhouse, and it looks like a really old style, like wooden painted red bridge, but there's a shot of underneath, and it's completely supported by like steel work that would have been done, assumably much later architecturally wise. So it's kind of that thing of like, it looks old and wooden on the surface, but it's actually like a normal kind of steel bridge that you would find anywhere today.
Yeah. Right. So as I mentioned, this film was the highest grossing movie ever to be released in Japan. It also became the first film to open in the United States, having already made $200 million at the box office. It came to the US in 2002, which made it eligible for the Academy Award for that year. For Best Animated Feature, which was a reward that had just been introduced the previous year. It became the first anime that won that award, and it is to date the only traditionally and like 2D animated movie to ever win that award. All the rest have been 3D animations.
Yeah,
and
because it turned into the yearly Pixar Award.
If you're curious which one won the very first award for the year 2001, it was Shrek. So yeah, a very, very different film.
Spread it away, standing on the shoulders of giants there.
Yeah, but like this wasn't just the result of like people seeing greatness and recognizing it. Like it had a lot of champions in the US, chief among them people working at Disney who had been looking up to and like collaborating with Miyazaki for years, and especially John Lasseter, who's a Pixar co-founder. He was one of the massive, like, biggest champions of Studio Ghibli, and had also like worked to get the American release of Princess Mononoke previously done, which was a very fraught affair involving dodging cuts from the studios, and like, how do we even market this thing? This isn't very kid friendly. With Spirited Away, John Lasseter like got like really hard to work, and the fact that it was a kid friendly movie did make it a whole lot easier, I suspect. And it got a proper release, a proper ad campaign. One interesting note about that, it's usually the case that like the Disney dubs of like big like Japanese movies, like big American animated films in general, will have like all celebrity casts, while the Japanese animation industry has like professional voice actors specifically to do it. It was the reverse in this case. Like the Spirited Away Japanese dub was like people famous from TV and movies doing the voices, and the Disney dub actually took like professional voice actors to do it, which was kind of unique. I just thought that was interesting to mention. But yeah, this became like the big breakthrough moment for Studio Ghibli in the West, and like set them up for future success with works like Howl's Moving Castle and Ponyo. and of course for more people to go through their back catalog, which also got a dub treatment from Disney, and appreciate the great works of this director. But Spirited Away, like, wasn't. It was kind of a mess production wise. Mostly because Miyazaki was making shit up on the fly. Yeah, like he's talked himself about like how like much of the movie is just like him like just coming out with these imaginative ideas, not necessarily with a grand like plan of how it all fits together. But so in a way, it's like raw imagination, and a lot of interesting things come out of that, which we'll definitely discuss.
Yeah,
raw.
But another interesting thing that came out of it was that the whole production was really like as I mentioned, a bit chaotic, where they'd already started like animating certain scenes when Miyazaki was still tinkering with the plot, and he had started like coming up with new characters, and it was turning into, in his own words, like oh no, this is like a 3-hour movie. What am I doing here? So he had to restructure it a bit and reincorporate something to keep it to the 2 hours it ends up being. And they were like had begun production when No Face became like an actual character.
Oh yeah. So the way I understand it is that they like planned out every scene storyboard by storyboard, basically, and then it went into production. Scenes were starting to get animated, and they already had No Face there on the bridge, just looking at Chihiro crossing the bridge. And at later, Miyazaki had the shocking moment of, oh my god, this would be a 3-hour movie. I can't do this. Well, on the cutting floor it goes, but we still have to use everything we already animated.
Absolutely right. Like the story goes that he noticed that this weird like dark spirit with this this interesting mask that he thought was really neat, and then that was like the impetus for No Face.
Which turned out to be one of the most important characters in the film, which has
and an
a lot
absolutely
of center
iconic
stage.
one.
Yeah, also super iconic, super like
almost on the level of Totoro.
Everywhere there's like merch. Yeah, there's merch of No Face everywhere. Like
it's funny that it's just like an accident. So, and this I think really fits the spirit of Spirited Away, because it really is this free associative kind of like journey as it goes along. So it's wonderful that even the making of the film assumed exactly this kind of character.
Yeah, very stream of consciousness, dream logic-esque film.
Yeah, like Miyazaki himself has said that he's not a storyteller. He's a guy who draws a lot and that's pretty much what he did.
True, but like even for Miyazaki standards, for instance, like Porco Rosso is like a fairly contained, like fairly like linear story. Same with Mononoke Hime and Laputa. Like very, very well structured, well plotted out stories in which every little thing fits neatly into each other. However, this story is just like much more stream of consciousness, and like it's like you're kind of having a dream and like having a daydream with the main character almost.
I think it fits because of like the film's penchant for like magical thinking, and like the way that there are so many things in this film that we're basically supposed to just kind of like take as they are. Like all the rules and magics to how the bathhouse works and the whole world of the spirits, it's just like taken completely at face value, and there's no needing to explain the intricacies of how they really work. It's just like the rules are the rules, and then you just have to go with it.
Yeah, one of the interviews, there's with Miyazaki about the film. Someone asked him, an interviewer asked him, how often does the train run? Like, where is it going? How many stops are there? And Miyazaki's like, why is it that people always seem to ask these questions about fantasy stories when they don't pay attention to like anything in the real world? He's like, I don't know how many stops the train has.
Which is wonderful, because my approach to this fantasy story in this podcast will be to ask petulant questions. Of that nature. Not quite of that nature, but
This is a great time to mention that like that's actually like a huge thing with this movie, is like whenever Miyazaki is asked about like any specifics, like what was meant by it, how does that work, like he's not really ready with strong explanations about what exactly is happening.
Oh, yeah.
But that does not mean that there isn't significance to the things that happen within the story. That's just how art works. Sometimes a great work of art is made by people who like flying off the seat of their pants. Which it's not as extreme with this, but it does have elements of that.
And we can see that Miyazaki really has multiple styles of doing this, because on the Mononoke Himecast we talked extensively, or rather I mentioned it at least a few times, that I read a ton of like interviews where he talked to historians, archaeologists, and had like his whole philosophy thought it out, and he commented and why exactly, and this is my reaction and commentary on Kurosawa. And in Spirited Away, when you like most questions he answers like really flat out, like just it's magic. And why did you have Haku in there? Oh, I wanted a pretty boy. And answers like this. But he also says, and I think this is the key and the thing we must latch onto and understand as like an exemplary case of why the author is dead. I mean, not Miyazaki, he lives, not jinxing it, but the author is dead. It means in this case, well, Miyazaki himself said, when writing fantasy, kind of like it's like the lid of your brain pops off and basically you just let it flow. And that is what we have here as well. Maybe for him, the decision to put Haku in there was simply, hey, I needed a pretty boy to contrast the girl that Miyazaki often emphasizes he does not think is very pretty. Make of that what you will. But we will now... still, despite Miyazaki's words here, say there is a lot what these things represent, what these things mean, and we can extract a lot from it, and that's what we're going to do.
Yes. It's also interesting with that quote you mentioned there, the popping the lid off. Also, it came in response to an interview question of asking whether there were there's quote unclean subject matter included in the movie along with the more straightforward, clear themings that goes along with it. And Miyazaki's like, oh well. Maybe it's there, but it's that I can't tell you. It kind of all just flew out of my mind.
Yeah, so any like darker implications are like accidents, is what he's saying. But like no matter whether something implications of the film are like accidents of its making or intentional, they're there all the same. And that's the point of that's the point of
make it any less substantive, right?
Right.
There's so much of your unconscious that goes into these kinds of films and like these creations, and like maybe the author doesn't even know it, but it's still there, and like maybe we don't even notice it. Maybe it's in our subconscious, but like as the great movie reviewer once said, you might not notice it, but your brain did.
Your brain did. Yeah,
I think that comment was more about how film techniques work than it is about
it was
the themes.
Appropriate paraphrasing. I want to just say this. I love how this style of interpreting also relates to the one of the big sentences that is a line of dialogue in this movie, which is that everything that happens stays inside you, even if you don't remember. So even if you don't remember that you put this thing there for a reason, it came out of you for a particular reason. It is the cultural context you grew up in, the culture that has been instilled in you, your value system, whatever. And that's what we see at work, even with an author who can be very deliberate like Miyazaki and will readily explain his entire film to you if asked for other films.
Yeah, I think like even setting Death of the Author aside, it's still interesting and important to know these things about the production of the film, because it illuminates a lot about how the film itself is structured, and how like some of the quirks about it, like for instance the reveal of Zeniba, who is the like twin sister of the sinister Yubaba, has the exact same design. That was actually at once a production decision, so they didn't have to do a whole fucking new character design thing with a completely new character, but also like it still fits very well into like some of the themes of the film, and it adds this element of them being two parts of the same whole, becoming like a literal thing in the animation. So in that way, like it really adds another layer of understanding to the film. So yeah, like the film, like clearly, like we talk about how it sprung out of his like the open lid of his imagination. What are some like fantasy stuff in it that sprung out at you?
Heavy question. You shocked us out of our trance of listening to you with your question. Dude, just the sheer wealth of different weird and quirky inhabitants that polluted every frame of the bathhouse when we saw like its customer areas, when you had like these baths and like there were little like ducks or huge ducks filling out like the bathtubs, and then you had like the weird radish man, what, not a radish, you know, the fat
Yeah, with
white,
a bowl, with a bowl on
the
his
head.
head.
Yeah, all of these really imaginative creatures that are somehow harkening back to yokai, but are not actually all real yokai, and like just how much movement was going on in every single shot of the bathhouse when we saw all these quirky creatures just existing in different spaces, like really pure chaos on a fucking silver screen. That was I think at least captured my imagination the most, or
Yeah.
seemed like one of the most like free floating fantasy regurgitations, I guess.
Really, all the imaginativeness, the sort of like impressionistic elements as well, and just the sheer sort of spatiality, as well as like the moving of all the little parts and all the little things, like the way all the different arms of Kamaji move around, and like how they're opening and closing all these kinds of different closets and stuff.
Yeah. Also, how we have to imagine the piping system, right? Like every single one of these baths has like a pipe where Kamaji can manage, like down there somehow, how the correct herbal essence can flow into the correct bath, and it's all like wired up and like piped up behind the walls, and it's just an insanely intricate Rube Goldberg contraption of an incredible amount of like mechanisms and elevators and workers behind the scenes, and everything is like completely incomprehensible and intransparent for us.
Yeah, it's especially like when you like start with, you've seen the outside of the bathhouse and just Chihiro looking up at the enormous structure, and just like when you go into it, just like, you know, the twisting and turning paths and the pipes going everywhere, just like the space is all both infinitely large but also like strangely intimate in this way, like,
and incredibly crammed, incredibly dense.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, I think there's huge play between the perspectives of how the bathhouse looks. Like maybe it's just me, but it seems to like grow and shrink in size in different scenes. Like it seems larger, and the perspectives of everything, and like we never get a great sense of exactly where everything is within the bathhouse because of the constant like shifting of the perspectives.
And I mean,
we do kind of get a general idea of it. Again, like I think it ties well into the magical nature of the setting, where it's like there is no like fully concrete place. The bathhouse is like an ever shifting series of rooms almost.
To me, it seems kind of almost similar to like Alice in Wonderland. Like I've read articles that like very specifically like analyze the movie through some of these influences, including Alice in Wonderland, where like Alice herself is constantly shrinking and growing in size, and like the perspective of the world around is constantly changing. And that kind of seems similar here, though it's not as literal, of course, because Chihiro is not literally growing bigger and smaller, and I also don't think it's the same with the bathhouse, even though it's kind of a dream thing, so it might as well be true. But to me, it's also more from her perspective, right? Because if she's standing on the top of the stairs and she's really scared and has to go down to the boiler room to ask for a job, she's of course very scared, and in that mindset, the stairwell is going to look really long, and it's going to look really high because you're in the mind of a child and you're being afraid, right?
And I guess that ties wonderfully back into Platon's question, like what's the most fantastical, surprising fantasy element? And I think it's like the pure imaginative property of like approaching this kind of world as a child. Like I like to imagine that it's like kind of like Miyazaki's take on, okay, what would it be like if a 10-year-old like came to visit Studio Ghibli, and like behind the scenes there are like tons of workers and everything is moving and everyone is on a clock and everyone is going this and that and there and there, and it's a whole mess that a child can like really penetrate, or like what is the complexity there. And that's kind of what I think is the main impetus of fantasy here, right? The child's imagination.
Yeah, I think with the fantasy, it's also important to note that this is the first movie I would describe of Miyazaki's that is like I guess you could always say like purely magical, because all of his other films are like magical realist in the sense that all the fantastical elements are kind of a part of nature. Like in Kiki, witches are kind of just a thing in the world, or in Mononoke, the forest spirits are just like natural beings that exist. Same for like Totoro and kind of what happens in Porco Rosso. But in this, it's like specifically being like spirited away to like a different world, like a different side of like reality itself that uses a lot of impossible space. Like actually early in the movie, this happens where they come through the tunnel, and once they step out of the building, you can actually see that behind them, where their car should have been, is like almost a completely like plain field in every direction. Where they're very subtly there's like a completely impossibility of how they spatially got there. So they've already like crossed over into this world that doesn't make sense in our same physical way.
I think that's it's an interesting point, but I would argue that Totoro is like kind of close to this, because in both films we can ask the question like how much quote unquote really happened, and you could say like the same thing about Weird Space, about like Totoro's little cave in the camphor tree.
With Totoro, I would argue that Totoro is like the spirits are happening on top of our reality. Like Totoro and the cat bus is moving around in the world that they see, just people can't see it.
Say that
but in Spirited Away, there's literally
they
they go down the tunnel and they are fully crossed over into the world of the yokai and the gods.
Yeah.
Before we move on, there's one thing I wanted to say, which is that idea of like things the movie being from Chihiro's perspective. Filmically, like cinematically, that's something really interesting I noticed on a rewatch, like how like clearly all the like the framing and the camera work, like that there's not really a camera, but like you know what I mean.
Yes, imagine
camera work is all from the perspective of Chihiro from the very first shot. The very first shot is a literal point of view shot from Chihiro in the back of the car. And we see some like really clear examples of this for like the stairs, and like the whole warping there is an example, but also like going through the tunnel with the parents, like how we look up at the back of the father, which is a repeated shot later in the film. I think there's like only, I counted like 4, maybe there was 5 scenes in the entire film where Chihiro is not present. And much like many things happen off screen that she later learns about, and in that way, like it's like down to the filmic style. It's very much from her perspective, which also like is part of what makes her a kind of unique Ghibli protagonist. She doesn't have the same like degree of interiority that many other like Ghibli protagonists have. Like other Ghibli protagonists can definitely be described as like more interesting and nuanced than Chihiro, but still we identify really strongly with her, and that's in part because of the way the whole film is framed and structured.
I really like what you said about the bit with her in the car, because that weirdly struck me, maybe just nostalgia, but that's a really specific feeling of like being a child in the back of a car and kind of like lying down and just seeing the world go by, but you're not like really paying attention to anything. Like her parents are just taking her to a place and she's just kind of caught up in herself. I feel like that's like very much getting you into her mindset.
There's in basically every Miyazaki film, there's this like obsession with space, with like like in Totoro there's the old house, with in Laputa there's the tiger moth, and there's also the mine, and then there's the the actual like castle itself, and it's like all these like carefully laid out. I think Miyazaki's like first movie, Castle of Cagliostro, is probably maybe the best example of this, where the entire movie is about the like living, breathing entity of this castle and how everything moves around it. But in all those other Miyazaki works, the space is something that's very clearly designed. Like Miyazaki, it's very clear he drew a thing. He thought about all the different possibilities of where things could be and where things are, and then he just put characters within it. But in Spirited Away, space kind of warps to Chihiro, where it is really careful. Like you have scenes like the scene where she goes into the boiler room for the first time, and she gets in the way of the soot sprites carrying the coal, and she has to walk into the little corner where the only place she can fit that the soot sprites would not run into her, which obviously is a very consciously and carefully designed space. But as she moves to the bathhouse, whether the space is clear or like clearly designed is very unclear. And this is true like of all spaces basically in the movie, where physical space itself is based around perspective, and there's no reality outside of the physical space that Chihiro creates through her observation.
I think one of the best ways to really indicate what was on Miyazaki's mind while the designing these spaces is this one anecdote that I read, that Miyazaki talked about a bathhouse he was visiting as a child, and there was like a small door next to the bathtubs, and he always was curious about what was behind that small door. So he made up several stories about it. And he states that one of those stories is indeed what inspired him to make up invent this bathhouse setting for Spirited Away. Just this very idea of a child, which he was at the time, looking at this door and wondering, where does it lead? And just always looking at the next door, where does it lead? The next transition from space to space. This is what we do in Spirited Away.
And I think that's a really good way to entrance for us to talk about that part of the movie, specifically how he bases it on an actual like bathhouse he remembers from childhood. So like the bathhouses in Japan are a very old sort of traditional communal space for all sorts of people, and like there's a reason like he invokes that type of imagery, which many Japanese people will recognize either from childhood or like just collective nostalgia. There's something, I feel at least, there's some nostalgic feeling that we that gets communicated to us as Western viewers, but that I don't think we're able to connect with it in the same way that someone Miyazaki's age watching this film would.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you take into account as well that bathhouses have been really in decline in popularity. Maybe you'll run into one somewhere in the countryside or like in a weird area of Tokyo or something. But
yeah, I think I saw like some numbers like at least like before World War II, like at the start of the 20th century, there were like at least 2,000 bathhouses in Tokyo alone or something.
Yeah, but now everyone just has their own bath, and it's all like compartmentalized, and the communal space has kind of declined, I guess. At least this specific communal space. And
that might actually be
that. Yeah, Miyazaki chose this motif of the bathhouse that has been so in decline in modern Japan to, yeah.
I mean, we can also add to this the element of tourism. Obviously, like a traditional bathhouse, like is also something that then is gonna be sold to tourists and be attracting tourists as like a little cultural commodity to sell to tourism. Like, hey, look at traditional Japan.
Yeah, this authentic Japanese experience. Experience it now for the small price of something.
For the small price of the dignity of the Japanese national spirit.
Yeah, but. Yeah, well, I think you can argue that it's like the first theme that's introduced in the movie, because we have the parents, they're driving they're moving to a new place, and Chihiro's clearly like not really feeling it, and we the first like couple of things they notice is, oh, there's your new school, which we don't really see it, but we catch kind of a glimpse of it through the window. It's the same exact like school design as every other school in Japan. And then they move. They notice these shrines by the the country road. And she asks like, what are those? And like very matter of factly we learn that, oh, people pray at those. And really quickly thereafter we have like the dad talking about, oh, this is clearly a theme park, an amusement park. They made a lot of those during the boom, economic boom.
It's funny you mentioned that, because like when Chihiro's like walking through the tunnel for the first time, everything looks like big and shiny and exciting. And the moment her father says, "Oh, this is a theme park," it's from the late 80s, early 90s. It's emulating old Japan. Chihiro immediately notices like the faded out paint, and it's like a brief moment. You're like, but you don't. It's funny how this like every moment is like this constant shifting of Chihiro's perspective changes what the thing is that she's looking at.
Yeah, like at the end of the movie, we can also like if you look closely, like it's definitely not plaster at that point.
Yep.
It's definitely like some old stuff like stone work.
I also kind of want to go in the theme of like the abandoned theme park, I guess, and also just abandonment as a whole, and how abandonment may make something ghostly, at least in like a literary sense, in that a lot of the old ghost stories, both in the Japanese tradition as well as in Western tradition, are kind of tend to be focused around abandoned buildings, places that are either ravaged by war or economic turmoil.
Yeah, a term that I've heard to describe this wonderfully is that the ghost stains a place. And that a stain of the ghost, which could be trauma, which could be like some loss, some melancholy, some grief, is left behind to haunt a space.
Exactly, like the very like cross-cultural idea of a place being haunted is this recognition that the past experiences that have been had in a given place has some effect on it, at least like how we interact with it,
and lingers and remains somehow.
Yeah, we can think about a lot of the characters in the movie itself as kind of lingering and haunting based off some past, like repressed trauma. Like Haku is a river, and his river was drained, and he's just has to exist in the world and has no space and can only haunt the spaces he's in.
And this also kind of comes from like Buddhist metaphysics, right? Because like for Buddhism, if you have to pass off to the next realm if you die, for instance. Well, Haku basically is like a sort of dead ghost or dead spirit, but he couldn't pass on in peace because his
name was missing.
His name was taken, and his river was reconquered from, I guess. So you have to kind of have a sort of Buddhist awakening, a sort of rejuvenation in order to actually pass on to the heavens. And if you still have like unfinished business on the earth, or you're like not satisfied with your place, you kind of become a ghost or a yude or a yokai. And that sort of Buddhist analysis is something that has a very long tradition in Japan when it comes to ghosts, and that ghosts are often people with desires that are unfulfilled, or people that had unfinished business, or people that were still fixed to the material realm, because of course Buddhism is all about world renouncement and not caring about the things around you, and just trying to focus on passing on to the heaven.
Yeah, I think the scene where after Chihiro first meets Haku, who sends her like tells her to get the hell out of there, like when the spirit world wakes up, that's such a great little sequence which like ties into that whole idea of haunting. But I think like talking about the whole like haunting and the idea of the afterlife. Do you think Chihiro's family are the ones like invading and haunting their space, or do you think that they just accidentally stumble upon a place that they are haunting already?
I think they're kind of haunting it because also talking about the whole passing on thing, it reminds me that Susan Napier described the whole bathhouse and little adjacent town as a liminal space, which is like typically referred to a thing that is like usually a halfway in between, or can also like simultaneously mean a transitionary space. So it's like a place that is not meant to be kind of like a home or a single destination, because we even get this from the fact that the train is one way, like out of the bathhouse, like that it doesn't come back apparently. And then a lot of the people are kind of like trapped in the bathhouse almost, like Haku is trapped in the bathhouse, and even I forget her name, but the other washer lady who's friends with Chihiro, Lin, she's like, I got to get out of here. Like everyone in the bathhouse wants the work to leave. No one is here to stay, and even the gods come across the big river in their boat. So this is like a place where like it's really no one's home. It's a liminal space that is a transition between these different worlds that we see, and it's kind of can only be like vaguely haunted.
it's funny you mention it because it's like the question is like where these liminal space are taking us, right? Because we move through the forest into it was the first liminal space, and then through the tunnel, and we're immediately taken from like the modern Japanese like 21st century, like we see schools and stuff like that into
an Audi,
exactly.
with four-wheel drive.
Exactly. Into
don't worry about it. We can brave any fucking weird fairyland terrain because we have four-wheel drive engines.
Four-wheel drive. I love that. It's so funny. But we stepped 10 years back, right, into like the Japan of the bubble economy, the Japan that was like that was basically a Japan that dreamed of like economic conquest of the world. Then we step again backwards into a Meiji era like bathhouse, right? And we just go backwards and backwards until like even like the some of the images in like the bathhouse themselves like take us all the way back to like the like old Japan, like the Kamaji being the being like an earth spider, which is like the idea of like which is like a fantastical representation of traditional pre-Yamato people in Japan. And like I feel like it's just, as these liminal spaces are taking us backwards and backwards and backwards, and we were pressed into this like almost like kind of like origination of sorts.
And we'll definitely like dive deeper into like the liminal spaces, especially when we talk about the train sequence.
Yeah.
I want to like stick with the parents a little bit before they turn into pigs, which is what the movie like is about. Like if you quickly want to like pitch what the movie is about, it's about a girl who goes with her parents to like this haunted place where the parents they eat a bunch of spirit food and turn into pigs, and Chihiro has to work at this bathhouse for spirits in order to get her family back, and that's like the basic story.
I really like the question whether or not the parents are haunting this place, because and the reason why I think they are is because what we have this place, this abandoned theme park. What haunts this abandoned theme park? Well, there is a bathhouse haunting it, kind of, right? It is like this place where formerly there was like a bubble economy theme park, and the father even comments like they were popping up left and right everywhere. We had those theme parks around every corner. And the bubble burst, and the entire economic Japanese dream with it kind of disappeared, and abandoning all these old buildings, all these commodified relics of like it is literally like a theme park trying to sell Japanese culture to tourists and stuff, mainly on like and like a movement of globalizing is involved there. So what haunts this place in a sense is both like the past that has informed this theme park. What haunts this place is both the original culture that influenced the theme park, but also the ambitions of growing it to a world stage, to a like capitalist dominated, globalized world. And both of these things are kind of the original like Japanese kind of spirit we can kind of find more or less in the bathhouse, but the invading like force that also is recognized by everyone there as an outside force is the parents, the ones who come with an Audi, who come wearing a polo shirt, who come talking about credit cards and so on and so on. Like the parents are...
that's a really funny line. Like he goes up to this weirdly like lavish fucking feast that someone has set up in the middle of this complete abandoned place, and Chihiro's like, we need to get out of here. Something's wrong. I don't like this. And he's like, don't worry. I have credit card and cash. And it's like, no, dude, you forgot. You've lost touch with the Japanese traditions. If you hadn't, you would recognize this is some yokai shit. Like, come on.
But yeah, in a sense, like they are.
It's not just that, but it's also just like the sheer sort of capitalist, like lust of these people, right? It's just like, oh, there's something here that I can consume. It's fine. I have my monetary currency for which I can pay if someone comes up. It's like everything. It's kind of the same thing as the commodity fascism of the bathhouse, right? It's like everything is up to buy, everything is up to grab, as long as you have money. And
I think this is a good time to note that this like might be one of the cases where we read things into it that may or may not have been intended.
Oh no, it's not. Miyazaki actually commented on the parents why, like when asked why they turned into pigs, he said, well, because they were in the way of Chihiro growing. But when pressed on it further, he was like, well, I think that kind of a lot of people in the 90s and when the 80s and 90s, when the bubble economy was like really popping off and growing and running good, a lot of people turned into really materialistic consumers and like pigs. He liked them to pigs, yeah. And then that's the kind of parents that he depicted there.
What I wanted to specifically mention is Andrew Osmond, who wrote a whole book about Spirited Away, from which much of like the many interesting production facts I got out of that. About this transformation sequence, he says, and I'm quoting here, turning the parents into pigs is Miyazaki's cruel comment on the bubble years. But fantasy transcends allegory. Any child knows that the reason why the parents became pigs is because they took the magic food without asking.
I guess that's fair enough, yeah.
It works both ways, which is one of the like reasons why this movie is so rich and at the same time so like loved by kids everywhere. Because,
but it works thematically too, right?
They don't need to know exactly what was going on economically with Japan in the 90s in order for this image to work, because it's such a fantastic bit of kids horror,
and it does work thematically as well, because like the kids are more in touch with like fairy tale and folktale, and they understand that there are weird rules, and they understand that not everything is up for buying, and they understand that not everything you can get with a credit card and just grab and consume. They know that there are rules that play there, that these things mean something, which is lost on those parents. So like even that kind of reading works exactly in favor of what this scene is conveying to us.
Yeah. Speaking of the magical food, I want to go briefly back to with Xiff's comment on abandonment earlier, because at the very beginning of the movie, Chihiro is like looking at her at the bouquet she gets from her old school friends, like basically wishing her luck at her next school, and like Chihiro like bemoans, instead of like saying, "Oh, isn't that sweet?" She like bemoans that the only time she got a bouquet was the first time she got a bouquet was as a going away present. Like people are like almost like celebrating her absence, and she like there's this kind of like level of like self alienation from in this perspective, like where she just like doesn't feel connected to anything. She doesn't have a space. Everyone doesn't seem to like care about her parents, their schoolmates, and then she goes into like into the spirit world, and her parents become pigs, and literally like and they kind of abandoned her too for this like rampant consumption, and then she just starts to disappear. Right, she becomes a ghost in herself. She fades out, and she becomes she can move through objects, where she puts her hand through Haku's face, and the only way she's able to regain a kind of like partial self. I mean, she's still like haunting the spirit world, but the way she can get partial is by eating some food from the spirit world. But instead of like going in with like this capitalist consumptive set, it only can work because it is given to her in an act of compassion from Haku. So the food is kind of consumed in a different way, and the different ways which food is consumed throughout the movie is really fascinating.
In that context, like the first. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Before it becomes too long, before I can't comment it anymore, I still wanted to comment on Yard's excellent point about the bubble and the bubble economy and the crash, and how the haunting of the amusement park plays into this, because I think it's excellent, but also worth noting that for in the sort of Japanese sort of cultural psyche, this event wasn't just like, and with that I mean the bursting of the bubble in the early 90s wasn't just a huge economic turmoil, but a huge social and psychological thing as well. Because and I think that feeds into a lot of things of why this particular place is haunted, because it is haunted because of an unfulfilled promise, an unfulfilled story or narrative or desire, just like how I said earlier, that you can't pass on to the next realm unless your like desires, your earthly and worldly desires and promises are fulfilled. That is the same because in this period, the average Japanese citizen in the bubble period, that is, was promised a lavish wild style, a capitalist utopian Japan that is very powerful on the world stage, and a lot of national pride on how well Japan was doing, and how well Japanese families were doing, and how you could easily raise a family with just one with just one person in the family working. And this promise ended up not being fulfilled because it became all crashing down at the start of the 90s. And this, for a lot of Japanese people, was a huge shock and a huge, just unexpected event that nobody expected, and that was kind of breaking of all these promises and all these ideas and narratives that they had around Japan and around their own identities. And
yeah, absolutely. And this this is actually like might be like one of the things that kind of carried over from Miyazaki's original project, which was also set like in the aftermath of a huge disaster that shook up Japan. But in this case, it's more a disaster of identity rather than a physical one. A disaster of cultural ideology.
Yeah, that Miyazaki was really, I guess, mainly worried about the increasing materialism in people's values, that he kind of thinks that a lot of what was formerly there in terms of culture and values was lost because of this bubble materialism that made people into consumers, into pigs. So, I mean, that's a jumping off point. I mean, this wonderfully ties up why the parents turn into pigs and what's happening, what they're invading in this space, and now what kind of comes out at night in twilight when we're looking at this sad abandoned place, which was a sign, a symbol of Japanese economic supremacy in a sense, now being haunted by the lost promises, and maybe we could say even the lost identity of the Japanese that is in the bathhouse.
Yeah, I think that's particularly true because of the way that I feel like it shows the parents being pigs as like a joke, or like they're greedy and they're like absorbed by this like capitalist worldview, so they are becoming pigs. But then we see very contrastedly and like very like important is that everyone else in the bathhouse is also like that. Like there's all the scenes with No Face throwing the gold out and everyone's just falling over themselves, like clamoring to get at the gold. So it's kind of that thing of like, even in this like haunted space with all these traditional creatures, they are still kind of caught up in this like greedy kind of worldview. I think it's kind of an all-consuming thing where I think maybe he's more critically looking back on tradition and saying maybe we were always like this underneath, and like maybe giving a bit more not being purely traditional, kind of like giving preference to the idea that this isn't necessarily a new development.
I mean, we're going into layers, right? We're going down deeper and deeper.
Definitely, because if you look at more traditional concepts around money and around consumption in Japan, mainly the pre-modern ones, you will see that in the, for instance, the Neo-Confucian worldview, there was a very similar problem where the Neo-Confucian ideology basically said that having money and everything to deal with money is kind of dirty and like bad, and you have to understand that this was like a virtue ethics kind of worldview. So if you're someone who is like very obsessed with money, that you will rub off like bad ethical substance everywhere. You kind of have to think about it like that.
That symbolically makes a lot of sense for a lot of things that happen later, especially when it comes to like filth and staining a place. But
we'll definitely get into that, and also deeper into the themes of like consumption and food.
And just one thing to address Hipster's point, I fully agree that the representation of the values and the traditional Japanese in the bathhouse is the critical one. I mean, it is not by accident, and we're going to talk about this, that Yubaba has a Western dress and resides in a Western room and on top of the bathhouse. But what I think is going on in this movie is we're taking deeper and deeper steps, both diving deeper into the past and deeper into the unconscious as we end up in the swamp with Zenibaba by the end. But we're going to talk about that when we get there.
No, but I think this is a good place to talk about Chihiro's arrival at the bathhouse, because like we mentioned earlier how like in some ways the bathhouse's culture isn't that different from the greed of the mindless greed of the parents.
Yeah.
So my question would be like, what is actually different about the world in the bathhouse, and how does that like affect Chihiro? How does that in any way like let her get to a place where she can fix the problem, which is like her parents being transformed?
Well, I would say very intentionally the world of the bathhouse is reflective of like traditional like Japanese society as like humans, but is mostly also clearly like a modern thing as well, where everyone has to work to live. And I feel like this mostly ties into one of the film's core themes of maturity and like growing up, where the bathhouse exists as like a micro society that shows like all the ways that people are valued and kind of like exist in almost like a purely like service economy, like Japan was becoming towards the end of the 90s.
That's
So
a really interesting point.
Yeah, so we kind of see.
Also kind of
go on.
Yeah, because as you mentioned, like they have to work or die. Well, work or be transformed into a pig or a lump of coal or something. That's what's threatened.
Yeah.
But really interestingly, we are like told first in implication and then like directly that there's some sort of law that Yubaba has to give work to everyone who asks, which is really interesting because that's actually like a kind of different way to structure things. Like that's not how a purely capitalistic society works. There is something different there. And also you mention like, yeah, work or die, but it's more than that. It's more than like you have a choice between working or dying. Working becomes your identity, which is why we have this really crucial scene where Chihiro loses her entire name when she writes the contract with Yubaba.
Yeah, I want to speak to that for a bit. So like we like to dismiss, Miyazaki saying, "Oh, the parents are in a pig, so we have to get them out of the way." But I don't think we can entirely dismiss that as like as a reading in a way, because like in the early parts of the movie, right, Chihiro is like, she's weak, she's scared, she's selfish, she's kind of a jerk. And her parents don't, but she's that because she's experienced this kind of sense of like alienation from the world, right?
Yeah, and their parents don't ever like that.
Yeah, her parents don't. Yeah, her parents are like that. They don't give her any like they serve as a security blanket. Like she clings to them. Like her mom says, "Oh, you're gonna make me trip," but like they don't actually help her in any way. They don't go out of the way to like address Chihiro's like anxieties, her fears, or anything like that. They just kind of just coast until they turn themselves into pigs. Where Chihiro is the identity before they turn to pigs is entirely based around this kind of as a kind of a parasite to them. She clings to them. That's they're kind of like destructive old like bubble economy Japanese spirit is what she is living off of what she is. That's the Chihiro is just an attachment to that. But when she loses her parents, and she almost literally loses herself, she loses that kind of sense of self, that kind of ability to be a person. And when she loses her name, that's literally taken away from her.
Oh.
She loses any kind of conception of this self that is attached to her family, that's attached to the bubble economy, that's attached to even like modern Japan as a whole. Instead, kind of like gets engulfed in this. You can say collective unconscious or whatever you want to use term of the bathhouse itself.
If I may,
Can I say there's an
I think I want
important
to expand on
anecdote
something you said, which is she loses her identity. Because one thing we haven't addressed yet before she enters the bathhouse is that she starts fading away. And I think you just provided a reading that will explain this. Because she is fading away. And then the comment is, unless you eat something from this world, you will disappear. So what I think is once she loses like clinging to the parents and she's kind of taken away from that, what is left of her identity? And like the movie here posits that kind of who you are, your identity, your belonging to this world, your position in this world depends on what you ingest. Here, eat something unless you want to disappear from this world. And I think...
Well, no, I disagree. I think it's more about tethering your identity to something and like food from a place.
I mean, maybe, yeah.
Such a part of that place. But I could definitely see that reading too.
Yeah, and it ties back to folklore as well, Izanagi and Izanami, where there was like this episode. I think, Xiff, you can probably talk about this better than I can.
Oh, yeah, there's not... Like, I'm not the biggest... like expert on mythology as well, but there was this case where Izamimi and Izanagi, where I don't know which exactly, but one I think was the daughter of the other.
It was like an Orpheus and Eurydice kind of story where the lover was in hell.
Okay. They're siblings, but they're the progenitors of humanity in Japanese mythology.
So, anyways, one of them died, then the other one wanted to retrieve them from the underworld, except then
Izanagi had already eaten from that world. She cannot leave anymore. That's basically
she had already eaten something from the underworld and she couldn't go back. That was kind of like a tragic thing. So that's kind of where the influence comes from, basically.
Which I thought kind of fascinating, that like in folklore, but also clearly in Spirited Away, eating something from a certain place has a deep meaning. Similarly to how Haku later gives Chihiro the onigiri, which reminds her of home, I guess, and gives her solace and peace.
Yeah, and the first thing
to be clear,
gives her...
I just want to make it clear that that mythology is specifically the progenitors of humanity. Like those people are the people whose descendants became humans and became the emperors of Japan. So this is like not just like a like rooting in folklore. This is rooting specifically to the origins of Japanese identity as a whole.
Yeah, in mythology. Yeah. Sorry, I'm conflating terms, folklore and mythology here.
Yeah. What I was about to say is like regarding the whole like eating food from here. I think it's really interesting how the first thing she consumes that Haku gives her looks like a ball of medicine. She has trouble swallowing it, but like she really needs to, and it physically like fixes something about her, which is her fading away. And later on, she's given the rice balls, and she's told that I enchanted them. They'll give you your like stamina back or something. But like really, like it's just like the enchantment might as well just be like compassion, like and there's a reason why they're like the rice balls, the onigiri, is because it has this relationship with childhood in Japan, with like bento boxes made by your mother when you were a kid.
And then, of course, there's the medicine she gets from the river spirit that then cures No Face and Haku, so that it comes back again. The whole consuming this thing that will transform you is an important magical ingredient.
It's interesting about it's really interesting about the consumption of that medicine they call it a dongo, but it's it tastes terrible, which is funny because dongo is supposed to be sweet. But when people eat it, what happens is that their body expels the
bad stuff.
The bad stuff, which is like that makes you think of like in Neo-Confucian philosophy, the idea of like the body is this kind of like pure temple. I mean, Neo-Confucian philosophy actually, in a lot of ways, a lot of people like thought it was not okay to do surgery because that would be opening up the body. When to purify the body, you should just be focusing on consuming and releasing the bad things within the body. So in a way, purification has to happen purely through consumption and excrement.
Yeah, regurgitation.
Yes.
Either way. No Face's regurgitation scene is quite graphic and definitely gives themes of excrement as well, with like the very like disgusting way the brown quality of it is animated. That's definitely
before we move further into the film, I wanted to mention that this transition from like being with the parents to being Sen, from Chihiro to Sen, also involves a lot of what I earlier described as like a kid horror. Like there's the horror of realizing that your parents are not only fallible, but like are doing something really wrong without caring what you think, and that's like what is really visceral about the reveal of the parents being pigs. I sure as hell remember like even watching like trailers. This is like the earliest Ghibli film I remember like watching trailers for, maybe the home video release or something. It's a visceral like real fear, but at the same time going into the bathhouse, there's also like Yubaba. She's scary as well. She's the way she has so much like power over her, like she has control of this space and she doesn't care about you. Like it's kind of the another side of the same coin. And I suppose like you could see Chihiro's journey as like kind of learning to live within that fear, the fear of like adults knowing more than you, which is like a much better place to be than the adults around you being like bad people or incompetent.
Yeah, I think another thing to mention, I was going to bring it up when Thundy was talking about Chihiro's like transition at the early part of the film. That's like, I feel like it's a really important anecdote to bring up, is that Miyazaki said he got big inspiration to make the film when I think he met one of his producer's daughters or just one of the staff, and he said he met her and he called her a dullard. And he says like she's kind of this discontent, like detached teenager that doesn't really like notice or understand the world around her. And I think maybe he kind of blames the society that she's growing up in and maybe the parents, and he's kind of said he wanted to make a movie for those kind of kids. and specifically Chihiro is very much presented like that at the beginning of the film, which I think. Okay, so yeah, I also wanted to mention her design as well, because I feel that ties into this really well, because she doesn't really look like any of the other like classic Ghibli girls, to the point where it's almost a joke at this point that they all have kind of the same Nausicaa face with the kind of like small nose and the way the eyes are all drawn, meant to be this kind of like very pretty and classic style from even like the 70s backwards. It's inspired. But Chihiro specifically has kind of like smaller eyes and a small nose, and they're kind of far apart. And she's also kind of all like skin and bones. She's like spindly legs and arms, and she's all like clumsy and like poorly coordinated, because she's not like the kind of actualized heroine that Miyazaki typically has. He wanted to write this kind of just average girl that would find herself in this situation, but still kind of like find a way to strive through it, to like find her own actualization, as opposed to even like we see characters like Kiki, that it's also a story of maturity. But Kiki starts out like unique in the world where she can fly, and she's a pretty girl that attracts a lot of attention. But like I think he really wanted a character like to be as grounded as possible to put into this fantastical setting.
Yeah, and Kiki has a lot of like again a great sense of interiority, of being like a very very active character. Of she has a history, and Chihiro is like you said, more average, more of an audience surrogate, which also ties into what I talked about earlier with the filmmaking. That's very focused on aligning us with her point of view and not just her story, if that makes sense.
I think we would be remiss without mentioning like the hero's journey in regards to Spirited Away, because I think Chihiro is the first Ghibli protagonist who really refuses the call to adventure. I would say that every single other Ghibli protagonist, or at least all the Miyazaki ones, they're all extremely ready to go into the adventure. There's no refusal of the call. They immediately go into that as their like pretty much their fully realized selves. At the beginning of the movie, Chihiro is probably the Ghibli protagonist, at least, who goes through the biggest character arc of any of the prior Ghibli films.
She does go through a shift, but I don't think she has like a grand arc. I think there's before and after purifying the river spirit. Before that, she's full of doubt, and she has all this hesitation about her. Obviously, after that, she goes and does the right thing without hesitation. So I'm not sure I would call that a character arc as much as a character shift throughout the movie.
I want to speak this a little bit, right? Okay, so when Ando, the character designer, his idea of Chihiro was really one of like, you know, an anxious character, an unhappy character, like a pensive, you know, moody kind of person. That's what he always wanted the character to be. Where Miyazaki, like, and his ideas of Chihiro were always much more, you know, traditionally heroic, right? So he was like, oh, I want her to be like, you know, compassionate and kind and go and like save the, you know, the people who like she runs into, right? But like this like image of like of Ando's image of like Chihiro really representing what it really means to be a 10-year-old girl, not this kind of lionized and like almost essentialized Miyazaki version of what a hero could be. And
more
I think
a Takahata version or something. Yes. I don't know.
And maybe that makes me think of what Roggol was saying about like the hero's journey, right? Because what Chihiro does, right? Because in most of Miyazaki's works, there's a physical world, and the characters with a deep interiority inhabit that world and react to that world. In Spirited Away, the opposite is true. Chihiro doesn't have a quote unquote interiority because because the world, her exteriority is her interior, right? Because if we talk in like, you know, hero's journey type stories, the characters are almost as to a T, like completely two-dimensional, uninteresting characters, because psychological meaning is created in the world around it. And this is like in Spirited Away, there's no better example of that, where every single thing that happens in the thing, every time a character like talks, every time there's a new emotion, it's Chihiro projecting her ideas onto that character. So I don't like the idea of calling her an audience surrogate in a way. I mean, I guess you could see her that way, but I think it's more useful to think of her as the world as a physical manifestation of her thoughts throughout the work.
Yeah.
And so like in there being anytime the world changes, that's a change of Chihiro. I think that's what an arc is. That is what Chihiro's arc is in Spirited Away, right? Because at the very end of the movie, right, she clings to her mom again, right? So you can think, oh, well, she didn't actually change that much. She just kind of went through these things. But because the world itself changed, we can't understand anything but Chihiro changing.
I like to think of. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that interestingly, at the end of the movie, she still clings to her mother, and it's the same action, but it holds a significantly different meaning through the context of everything that she's gone through. It's no longer clinging on to her mother because she is scared of losing her mother for herself. It's because she is afraid of losing her mother again, as in the one who is protecting her from being lost again. So through the context of the film, the same action has a completely different meaning.
Yeah. Exactly.
I always like to think that, and I agree with that all, with your text, Sandra, that all, like, everything in the bathhouse is kind of channeled through Chihiro's subjectivity, kind of reality is shaped there to what her perception of it would be. And I like to think of it that Miyazaki said not only that the film is intended for 10-year-olds, but also to be seen from the perspective of a 10-year-old. He really insisted on that. And I just have to imagine,
I think there's a quote that says it's for people who are turning 10 years old or have been 10 years old.
Exactly. and
so all those 9-year-olds out there,
get fucked, not for you.
Get fucked, not for you.
Outside.
8-year-olds, don't watch this movie.
No 9-year-olds allowed. 8-year-olds also not. Fuck off. Okay, but here's what I like to imagine. Like there's lots of like cute little comparisons where people are like, yeah, okay, let's compare characters in the bathhouse and the running of the bathhouse to Studio Ghibli. And Miyazaki also has a couple of little stories to tell about like 10-year-olds visiting Studio Ghibli and looking at everything and being confused. And I just have to think like when we have like scenes like Chihiro in the elevator next to the fat like daikon kind of person. I just have to imagine that is what a 10-year-old girl would feel if she enters the elevator in Studio Ghibli and a fat shirtless man stands next to her.
That shirtless man
happens.
I mean, he does have a very
happens more frequently than you think.
Nipple like in the middle of the shot. Like it's yeah. That's I think that's kind of right.
But yeah, no, just
before we move on,
aside, right? I think that is still like a really interesting kind of way to look at it, like young people entering the workplace.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And but before we move on to that, I just wanted to mention the thing with Masashi Ando, who was animation supervisor on the movie. That was like a really big thing during the production. Because Ando had a lot of responsibilities with supervising all the animators. And had a close collaboration with Miyazaki during the making of the film, but they had a huge disagreement, as was mentioned, about like what the character of Chihiro was, like what sort of interiority she had, and how that should be expressed. I think you can kind of say that like in Ando's vision. She'd be more like she was at near the start of the film, this hesitation, because he wanted everyone to like really empathize with her, feel like if they were in her shoes, they'd be scared too. But again, Miyazaki wanted this really heroic figure. So that's another way the production of this movie was kind of messy, because Miyazaki was always like going into like any animation cut that Ando had been in charge of and been like, no, this is all wrong. It's and actually, Ando left Studio Ghibli after the finishing of this film. He moved on to working with anime director Satoshi Kon.
Oh, that's based. I didn't know that.
And you can see that in Paprika. I mean, Paprika has a lot of similarities visually to Spirited Away.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, that's the whole dreamscape. I think it's very different. And that's actually another interesting thing to mention about because Miyazaki's direction is very I don't want to say simple, but it's very unornamented. It's very like close-ups, mediums and long shots. The camera pans a bit. Rarely does it like really move or change in interesting, unique ways.
I mean, it does in this movie, at least through the digital technology. There were a couple of shots that were clearly
there were definitely a couple of shots
aided, where we have seen like perspective shots where we are floating around the bathhouse or around like a column.
Absolutely. Yeah. I also noticed a couple of scenes where they simulate a dolly zoom, which is a technique that means you feel like you're moving closer to the subject, but everything gets further away at the same time, which is like usually used to show like someone is like really distressed and disoriented when she's looking down the stairs and we see a point of view. Is
that like the Hitchcock pull?
Yeah, exactly. It's made famous from the Vertigo. And it's also used in Jaws. It's a very famous shot where I forget the name of the actor, but he realizes there's a kid being eaten on the beach, and we see his face. It can be more subtle or more like direct. I just wanted to mention it's one of the ways they are using the digital technology to do stuff that they might have had a lot of trouble with in traditional animation. Which they used
absolutely.
But I wanted to mention that because like there's a really clear difference between Miyazaki's direction and how like imagine if Satoshi Kon directed a movie that mostly took place in this spirit dreamscape bathhouse. Like it would be sane as hell. But Miyazaki is much more interested in like in actual like real space. And physically moving characters, even if they can change their shape and their size and have these long limbs that can stretch around, he still has these static cameras and simple readable shots that tie his movie together.
I have to say, this movie has an unfortunate lack of huge tanuki balls.
Does it?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't.
But it should speak about that Platon, because you think of like a director like Satoshi Kon or like Takahata and their style is very much based around cinematography, just cinematography you done with animation, because Satoshi Kon not the same, but Takahata of course couldn't draw. He wasn't an animator or anything like that. Where Miyazaki, he roots his creation in manga, because that's where he wanted to be originally. He wanted to be a mangaka. So like what is important to him is the image, and the image and how the image moves. Like the camera is just a way of expressing a moving image itself.
Right. I think you could say it's similar to the way that like almost all actors turn directors. Like they usually go for this very unobtrusive style that's all about focusing on the actors and what they're doing. They're really good with that because that's what they like see in film. So like directors like Robert Redford and Clint Eastwood, for instance. That's a really good point. That might be the reason why.
Robert De Niro.
Yeah. So picking up from something mentioned earlier about like Chihiro's arc, let's get into like what her actual mission is. It's to work.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta work, or else you'll be eaten. Okay, just real talk. What do you think this means? What do you think this actually means?
There's a certain Rihanna song that Miyazaki would be a huge fan of.
Oh god. Yeah, but no.
Don't expect that kind of pull in this podcast, a Rihanna one.
Yeah, but no, genuinely, the question is, the idea is that if you don't work, they say you'll get turned into pig and eaten. So
or a lump of coal.
Or a lump of coal. What do you make of this? Like, this is a world where you can only survive by working. For me, it feels very familiar, right?
Yeah, I feel like the most obvious comparisons come up first, where it's like this Chihiro is really stepping into just basically the adult world in which she no longer has her parents to rely on. She no longer has anyone really to rely on, and she just has to work. And like there's a bunch of rules that she doesn't quite understand. There's kind of social situations that she can't quite get, but she just has to like find her way through it, which I think kind of like is a big thing throughout all of Miyazaki's work, of like maybe we coddle children a bit too much and they're like capable of more than we think. I mean, Kiki is quite literally also about a child entering the workforce.
Miyazaki
and
famously
very
in favor
themes.
of child labor.
He kind of is, honestly.
Oh
I
shit!
think
Do we have to
he
cancel
really
him now?
deeply has
We've
this thing
We've
where
already declared that he's dead. Do we have to cancel him too?
Yes.
he's cancelled and dead at the same
But
time.
you cancel him anyway.
I just want to mention, like, it's really interesting throughout the film. Like, you see, like, when she goes to meet the Boiler Man, and she goes and she's after she leaves the room with Lynn, like, you know, says, oh, why aren't you you have to thank him. He just did you a great favor. And so she does. She bows to him, right? She's like a full bow on the ground. And then throughout the next parts of the movie, she's always like, whenever she meets a new person, she always like seems to be trying to figure out how she should interact with them. And it always ends. Every one of the interactions ends with a bow. She's like of some kind, where they're all different kinds of bows of different perspectives, and she's just like her trying new ways of understanding relationship with other humans, or spirits, of course, of anyone. Like where she through her interactions with these other people, she's starting to rebuild a self throughout the whole movie.
I like particularly the interaction with
absolutely.
No Face there in this context, because No Face really feels like, okay, maybe this is just me, but maybe you've been like on the corridor of your dorm and you've seen someone and you're like, oh, I've seen this person like 5 times, and you're like, hey, and just like in passing greet them, and then suddenly it becomes like an awkward ritual where you each time take the time to say hey, and you don't know the person. It's like this with No Face every single time. No Face is there and like bow. No Face bows back very slowly.
And it's actually her politeness that lets him into the bathhouse in the first place. She sees him outside and she's like, oh, well, why don't you come in, Big mistake, like befriending the school shooter, like really.
Oh, God.
She really misread the social cues there.
What's interesting about that is that like these kind of bows, like you think like the second time she does one of these bows is with the radish spirit, right? And she's like shoved in this like kind of this corner where she's like, it's clear there's like a huge discomfort of her, like her in that space, right? And like her bow at the very end, is she doing the bow because she wants to be polite, or is she doing the bow because she's terrified for her physical safety? And
that's absolutely one of the.
I think
it's one of the things that I really, really love about the like film and the world building, is something I really noticed on a rewatch, is how it's sort of like this magical fairyland that has these very specific rules to it. But at the same time, like it's also an adult world which has certain customs, and the separation between the two gets kind of blurry. Like at the start of the movie, there are certain rules, like, you have to eat something from here or you will disappear. Hold your breath while crossing the bridge or you'll be detected as human.
You'll break the spell.
Those are clearly fairy rules. But then later, you have when she's being led through the bathhouse by Lynn, and the big white fat spirit is walking, and Lynn says, "Don't stare." Question: is that like a fairy rule? Because if she stares too much, she'll be like found out because they can magically tell she's human, or is it just like you're being rude? Stop that. Like, and the movie has like a bunch of examples of these fun little is that a rule? Isn't it like they have to give you work if you insist? Like, keep insisting. Is that because they are like bound by some sort of weird deal they made with a god earlier, or is it just like a good idea to be like really assertive when you ask for a job?
Yeah, at
like,
a job interview, just say, "I'm the best for the job. Please take me. Please take me.
Yeah.
Please take me."
I feel like
Don't
this
hold your
movie is-
nose. Don't hold your nose around the stink monster.
Highlights the arbitrariness of these rules, right? Because like fairy rules are kind of like made up. Like they're just like, I guess they're significant, but they're still like sort of arbitrary. And it's the same with these kinds of social rules. It's like, oh, you have to keep insisting. You have to keep insisting. It's like there's no real reason for why it's weird to stare at people or to insist for a job to make it better. Like, it's not like your actual qualifications are gonna change when you start insisting more. But the rule is still there. It's a social rule. It's like a weird Foucauldian thing.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting, and I feel like there are a few films that like really capture this feel, and maybe this is just directly applicable to me, but as like just entering the adult workforce in like recent years, this movie like amazingly captures that feel of like you're young, so a lot of people like just don't want anything to do with you. They think you're inexperienced and shit. And some people are kind of like occasionally friendly, and you really just have to suss out the entire like social structure of your work just by yourself, and like you don't understand all the rules or the niceties, or like what could get you fired or just get someone disappointed at you, and you're just constantly trying to mediate between these things. I feel like the movie like really nicely grasps that feel.
Yeah, like when she's dealing with the river. Oh, sorry. I was just talking over you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. It is really a sort of push and pull, and that's also funny because it is at nature a sort of growing up story, and this is also how adulthood happens, right? It doesn't just like, oh, you're 18 now, you're an adult. No, you get like
thrown
socialized
into the world, and it's like, fucking confusing and weird.
Yeah, you have to like try something, and then I guess it doesn't work, and then you learn, okay, this doesn't fly. Now I have to try something else. And then you try something else, and then it works. And then before you know it, you are an adult, and you know how these sorts of social relationships function. And you just kind of stumble into it, and nobody really, like, I don't know.
I think we're realizing something now in these discussions about the bathhouse as like a space of work and growing up and so on. We are realizing that very much this bathhouse is just a microcosm of the actually existing society in a way, where there's like a lot of things bubbling under the surface, which are like tied to the like spirits and so on and so on. But mainly we can fully understand it as like an allegory for a young adult going into the workforce for the first time and being completely overwhelmed by all the arbitrary seeming social rules and all the things you have to keep in mind, and being seen as weird and experienced and the new person. And all of these things like coalesce into this, like just depicting like a microcosm of entering the workforce. And that's what I find really interesting.
I want to go back to the... Sorry, you go, Blade.
Like it gets back to something it's something we keep getting back to, which is the way this movie plays around with like this fantasy fairyland rules that work both ways. Like the parents becoming pigs works both as like a metaphor for the 90s bubble, but also as, you know, they ate the fairy food and you don't do that. And like this world is filled with these strange little rules, which works both as, you know, a sort of like a fun allegory for entering the workforce, but also, you know, it's just like there are fun fairy rules here that you have to know. Like it works in both ways.
Yeah. But I want to go back to what I was talking about the bowing, because after she bows to the radish period, one of the next people she bows to is No Face outside, right? When she lets him in,
when she goes out to meet Haku.
Okay, yeah. But I want to speak about like because No Face Miyazaki describes him as a stalker, and then in the song, Joe Hisaishi, the composer of the movie, and I think this is probably his best composed work, but he asked Miyazaki to write a bunch of a set of poems to write songs to for the movie. And one poem he wrote that was never used in the movie was the song he wrote for No Face, which was, it goes like this: lonely, lonely, ever so lonely, I'm all alone. Turn around, look over here. I want to eat things up. I want to swallow things. I want to get bigger. If I get heavier, perhaps I won't be lonely. I still want. I want more. Include me. Do you need this? Do you want this? See, you really want it, right? I'll give it to you. I'll give you everything. I'll give you more. I'll keep giving you more and more. So come here. Touch me. Can I touch you? Let me eat you up. I'm so lonely. That's why I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. And I think with like a poem like that, in the description of a stalker, there's a very clear, and the bowing of No Face really mirroring the bowing to the radish spirit, really this kind of sexual violence that I feel like it really exists in this kind of workplace, right?
Yeah.
So.
Sure.
Yes. If you look in like, you know, Yubaba like is you know, if you do a thing wrong, she's going to transform you into an object and eat you. She's like that's kind of what it is. If you display these capitalist rules are so strict and violent that like if you like waver from them, if you try to, you know, use compassion, if you try to deal with the world in like a caring or like a way that makes sense, you will be like, you know, sexually assaulted and killed and eaten.
Yeah,
that's the
one of those it's one of the examples of the darker implications underneath the story that may not have been intended, that Miyazaki commented that like they might just have been a result of like just doing whatever it comes out automatically. Like there is a lot of like weird stuff that sort of implies prostitution.
I think that's an interesting point.
Because bathhouses have often, like historically in Japan, also been associated with pleasure houses, and like there's again the suggestion of like big like huge stinking men like walking around and having coming there to feel good. There's of course like the Yubaba, who is like both like an old crone witch, but also has like a sort of madam type of vibe to her, and of course like losing your name, like prostitutes like often like do not get to use the real name. And
also a little subtle design thing I thought that also keys into that is just with the bathhouses. All the slug women who work there have kind of like a specific design where their eyebrows are kind of raised in that kind of like geisha courtesan look that's like classically seen in a lot of like samurai movies or whatever. All their robes are like quite revealing for like when you think about this being a Ghibli film. Like they're like really reveals their figure, so it's kind of like a little design element that hints at a sleazier undertone to the nature of the bathhouse.
And it's important if you compare this movie to Princess Mononoke, right? And the workers there are also prostitutes, right? That's kind of the comparison, but they both the work environments almost, they look and feel kind of similar between Mononoke Hime and Spirited Away. In regards to like the like pseudo industrial like pipings and bellows and stuff like that, but and how these kind of working areas are related to their kind of like existence as prostitutes or ex-prostitutes rather.
Yeah. That's cool. And it also, what kind of ties into that is something that I also noticed when watching the movie, and it really ties into the song that Thundy just recited, is No Face's kind of sort of subjectivity or identity, which I hope you can forgive me for dabbling a little bit in the psychoanalysis here, but both sort of the mass presence as well as the general behavior and like desire to devour, both like kind of psychologically as well as physically, just devour things, kind of feed into this. And that is my reading as No Face as a being of sort of like pure, in the Lacanian sense, jouissance. There's like only a desire to become something, to become that which he identifies with, because ironically he doesn't have an identity, and of being of a self entirely being defined by another.
I mean, he has no face, right? Yeah, certainly.
He has a no face. He has no face, and he has a no face.
And I find
that's an unintentional. Like that's only a pun in the English version.
Yes. it's true. But yeah, I think you're right, Xiff, that there's a property to No Face that he consistently tries to find something meaningful to him by just mindlessly consuming. And when the thing he consumes does not satisfy, because of course it doesn't, because it's just some random thing he consumed, he will go on to the next one. So there is no fulfillment to this drive, which will ever continue to consume and consume.
I think it's also properly shown that No Face exists purely as an entity that can only exist by what others project onto No Face. So he comes into the bath almost maybe purely because Chihiro invites him in, because he was just standing there. And then when she needs the little wooden ticket thing to send to get the water, he gives her just a bunch because it's like, that's what you want, right? And she's like, I just only needed one. And then when he sees all the people react to the gold, he just keeps creating gold, and then he keeps on just consuming more food because they think that's what he wants. Then he becomes a monster, and the more scared they are of him, like the more monstrous he is becoming almost. Yeah. He can't even talk. He has to like eat people and then speak through their voice, because he has no voice of his own even.
It's especially interesting because No Face kind of exists in a similar vein to Chihiro that way, right? Because Chihiro walks in the bathhouse, and at the beginning she's like weak, scared, and has like a negative identity. Then the identity is stripped from her, and she basically has to create identity by performing what people explain to her form. That's what all the bowing is like.
Which is also consumption, by the way. Learning the social rules of your environment, taking in advice is a form of consumption.
Yeah, so No Face really represents Chihiro in a lot of ways there, but. And it's interesting. What the first thing No Face was taught was compassion. Chihiro said, "Come into my bathhouse." The first thing Chihiro was taught when she came into the dangerous world was also compassion. Haku gave her the food.
The pill.
Yeah. And in that way, like you can see where No Face's eventual existence as where he gets an identity in the very end of some kind. It's kind of vague and unclear, and you aren't really given access to it. But it's clear he finally is able to interact with the world in his own way, and you can see this when how he's much more careful and thoughtful as the movie goes on in the very end of the movie. But with Chihiro is life reflects in that regard.
This is also the function of the mask, right? Because to me, No Face is kind of like an entity without like an identity, right? Like the mask kind of becomes his identity because to Lacan also the mask you put on is only like defined by the other person.
Yeah. And you can sort of see No Face as a dark reflection of the sort of like learning from your environment and absorbing from your because he's a perversion of that idea, because he literally consumes like a person, like this frog person, and like in order to learn the language, learn what's important. He absorbs all of the food that they give him and like throw out gold because they get excited about it, and similar to Chihiro, he is like without identity when he like enters the bathhouse in the same way that Chihiro.
Also, it's interesting to note the mask isn't even his real face.
Yes,
he has a mouth underneath the mask, so the mask is even less meaningful as a face. It's like a pure like construct from others to like identify that it's even like a being instead of just like a black shadow kind of
consuming void somehow. And I think that's really why it's so worthwhile to approach this film psychoanalytically. Fun fact, the tagline of the movie poster was "There's a bit of No Face in all of us." So it is very clearly something saying here that there's some universal property to No Face, which is similar to how we as people grow up in environments which we end up somehow consuming, ingesting, and taking in values and properties of the environment.
So there is this kind of like, how it opens on Taxi Driver with Travis looking around at this environment and observing and digesting, devouring all the information. And that is kind of the same way. It's kind of a similar sort of subjectivity as No Face. For instance, when Travis first meets Betsy, of course you have to have seen the film in order to understand this, but Betsy quotes a line from her favorite album, presumably. And when the next day they go on a date, Travis buys the album. And he says, "Yeah, I'm so into music. I love music now. I want to listen to this album." And then Betsy says, like, "Yeah, have you listened to it yet?" And Travis says, "No, I haven't listened to it, but I want to listen to it, but I don't have a record player." And so what you kind of see here is that Travis kind of becomes like kind of starts to like things, starts to like gather objects and cultural signifiers and things around him, only to kind of like get the object of his desire, which is Betsy. And this is the same with the political figure Palantine, where he volunteers to canvass for Palantine, even though he doesn't really care about Palantine. He just wants to.
Okay, so you're saying it's the same thing with No Face.
Yeah, and with No Face, it's kind of the same, where you're completely observed by the other, and all your kind of interests and and things that you gather around you and consume are entirely like defined by this desire for the other, and not really for an intrinsic desire for the thing itself. And this is kind of how desire in itself works, right? It's sort of a linkage. This desire is associated with this other desire. So now you desire this other thing, and then that desire is maybe associated with something else, and then you desire that. And this, I think, is very interesting for the sort of like subjectivity that No Face is a part of.
And we all are, according to the Miyazaki point that there's a bit of No Face in all of us, which is really remarkable. As like we think about No Face being influenced by the environment primarily, and the resolution to No Face being, first of all, vomit out all the bad things the environment has given you, and then go to a place where the environment cannot negatively influence you, like a better place to grow up. In a sense, No Face is like a child, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's this. We all have this. Idea somewhere within us that sometimes we mistake transactional relationships for significant ones, and No Face does not seem to have an idea, like at least at the start of the movie, a distinction between the transactional and the like meaningful and being in contact with others.
Yeah,
like the only way he can interact with Chihiro is like just offering her a whole bunch of shit she wanted earlier.
Yeah. And that's because the bathhouse is a transactional capitalist place. Yeah,
because the first, as I said before, the first thing that No Face experiences is compassion, but there's no context for what compassion really means for Chihiro. So he enters the bathhouse with the idea of compassion, and that is then completely intertwined immediately with transactional capitalism, right? So it's like these things cannot be divided in his mind because he's interacted with them as a whole.
I would also like to add that it's interesting that the thing that eventually heals him, in quotes, that gives him back his original form and causes him to regurgitate all of these things, is this act of pure compassion from Chihiro, because this medicine that she was going to use to literally save her parents, which was the entire reason that she was there, that she was going to use this medicine to save them. She uses it completely selflessly on No Face to cure him of his ills. And that act of compassion, both symbolically, it cures him because he is receptive to this compassion from his environment, and then the literal sense of it cures him because it's the medicine that was supposed to give it to him.
It works both ways once again.
Yep.
And I think
it's
interestingly,
both like, you got the reward from the river spirit and you gave it on like a little quest item, classic fairy tale stuff. But also like it's a like literalized act of compassion that like purifies.
Yeah, and I think it also ties back a little bit into what we said about No Face being like Chihiro, where I think it almost makes you wonder a bit, thinking back on the movie, like, because Chihiro experiences like a lot of compassion from the first 3 people or so she meets with the Boiler Man, Lin, and Haku, and they all kind of help her and set her up. And it's like, well, can you imagine what it's like if she didn't receive that? If she was still just a scared little girl in this like demon world and like slowly faded out with like lack of identity, kind of like No Face is. Maybe, theory crafting here, was No Face a human at one point who simply faded out, who simply didn't eat the food and lost an identity?
I know, a lot of the spirits weren't any humanoid figure before. Like there's the river spirits, obviously. So I think it's like not a productive discussion, honestly.
Yeah, but what
I think it represents this universal, sort of monstrousness that's within everyone. Yeah, which is exactly why it's so iconic.
This brings me back to talking about kind of like if we see No Face as a child and we see Chihiro as a child who comes into the workplace and kind of has to grow up here, we have another child, which is Bo, the child of Yubaba. And I think we kind of need to return to the Yubaba contract theme, because we kind of started to move on to No Face. We skipped over the River God and the Yubaba contract theme.
That's fine. We'll get around.
It's fine, absolutely. But I think like in this context, having like the baby, which Chihiro sees the first time when making the contract with Yubaba, and we learn that Bo is like an overgrown huge baby, a reference also to the character Kintaro from this time it's a folk tale, right? Not mythology.
Yeah,
am I getting this right?
Just a folk tale, yeah.
Maybe you can say something to Kintaro, which might give us insight here.
Well, Kintaro was a kid from this. It was depicted as a child from this folkloric figure called Yamauba, who was a mountain-dwelling witch and man-eater, which is,
so Yamauba, yes,
very Halloween themed. Yamauba, she and again there is this theme in the original folkloric tale, at least, of this devouring. There's a still of Yamauba addressing a young fisher salesman who's going to the market with his carriage full of fish, and she asks for all the fish, and then she eats all the fish, but she's still hungry. So then she starts to eat the mule. She asks for the mule, and then she eats the mule. And then after that, she's still hungry, and she starts to eat the actual fisherman, like the actual young fisher salesman who tried to sell the fish.
So Yamausa is like a witch type of character.
So it's like a very scary, old, decrepit hag who devours other humans. But on the other side, she is a very caring and loving mother for her child, which is Kintaro, which is depicted as a small child, a baby, but who has superhuman strength. So
yeah, that seems to be a key inspiration for the character of Bo.
And he also, and what kind of settles it all is that Kintaro also wears a apron with on the front of it the kanji character for kin, which is gold.
He's valuable. He's a treasure.
Yeah, but it's also like this red little apron, exactly like the thing that Bo is wearing.
Exactly like the thing. So it is definitely a
very direct
influence.
Yeah, and this is why it's so
back to what
because
go ahead.
One more little tidbit of lore that is interesting is that the Kintaro would be later one of the 4 retainers of Minamoto no Yoritomo, who then goes on to slay the Tsuchigomo, or the Earth Spider, of which Kamaji is actually depiction. So there's some fun little lore in there that actually Bo and Kamaji might actually be on the opposite side of this sort of ideological battle.
So earlier, I think we talked before the cast. We talked about the Tsuchigomo and Kamaji sort of maybe representing some sort of more. What was it? More like aligned with the people, like rebellion, revolutionary kind of thing.
Yeah, traditionally, the Tsuchigomo were basically mythologized representation of indigenous people of Japan, before the imperial court at Kyoto conquered all of Japan, and
and this is like way back before the Edo period, before even the Heian period, right?
Yeah. Well, it's still going on during the Heian period, but yeah, it started before then. Whether you're going through conquering Japan and killing all the local inhabitants, and they would represent their conquest through these stories of great Japanese warriors killing these earth spiders, these pit dwellers.
The Tsuchigomo. But even more specifically...
Oh my god, there's colonialism in there. Bo is Kintaro slaying the spider, and the spider is like an enslaved worker in the fucking boiler room who has tickets with a train for a one-way ticket away from the bathhouse, but doesn't go. Yeah. Oh, there's some
and
weird...
He's held on for 40 years.
But this was specifically mentioned in the Kojiki, which is one of the first historical chronicles of Japan.
The first.
The first, literally, in which the Tsuchigomo was portrayed as the resistors of authority / native people that were outside of government control. However, later in the Edo era, in no place, the Tsuchigomo is sometimes portrayed as a sympathetic figure or as a victim of government power. So you see already in the pre-modern era that this figure is kind of reappropriated by people who feel marginalized and oppressed by the central government, to kind of like, okay, this is us, and we should be sympathetic to the Tsuchigumo instead of like seeing them as this other enemy. And I think Miyazaki kind of also plays into that, because Kamaji is obviously a very sympathetic character.
That is really interesting to think about the implications of what it might mean for the Tsuchigomo to be like a kind of complacent worker who's kind of adopted his place, but has the tickets in his drawer. I don't know fully what this might mean, but maybe it is. Now I'm maybe stretching it out quite a bit. Like maybe how the left and the labor movement went to sleep during the bubble period and after, and never really came back in Japan.
Well, I'd say that the Kamaji fits both into the overworked Japanese worker / middle manager, like constantly like yelling at the Tsuchibites to keep working and really busy all the time and cranky. But at the same time, he also fits into like an older stereotype of the Japanese master craftsman.
But also like
with
labor
the way
force
he like effortlessly like keeps everything going and has all these special concoctions that only he makes and stuff like that.
What I find fascinating to think about him is that he's like the workforce as such. Like he's a many-armed creature that makes everything run behind the scenes, and you never really think about what is happening behind those scenes. But behind those scenes is labor. There's workers. Some worker runs everything behind the scenes, and this could be one or many. He has many arms. That makes sense to me to see him as like a representation of all the labor behind the scenes.
How appropriate is it that Hideaki Anno, when asked about the film, said he pictures Miyazaki most as Kamaji, this like craftsman who like works down and like is always working. He's kind of this old man who's maybe a bit friendly sometimes, and also like he even said like a really old leftist who believed in a lot of these like labor union values, but like over time we talked about with like Porco kind of came like a bit disassociated with a lot of those ideas as his age went on.
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that ties him together with Miyazaki is this whole, like, he has a ticket that he's been holding on to for years and years and years to get out, but he has never used it.
Oh, God,
like,
the retirement.
I think it's exactly the length of time.
You blew my mind.
I think it's exactly this is an observation that's borrowed from Andrew Osmond's book. I think he notes that, like, the amount of time fits exactly with how long Miyazaki had been in the animation industry.
Oh my fucking!
Like the amount of time he held on to the ticket, so it might just be an inside joke.
It is it's so wonderful, this whole idea that and of course like the train takes him to the swamp place. I mean, Miyazaki speaks only in admiration of like Zenibaba's home and the tranquility and the place that you can find there, and that's the place he wants to retire at. But he wants working. To just retire. He doesn't use the ticket.
A couple things. First, if you've seen the movie Parasite, I think the man in the basement who turns the lights on, and when the master comes home is almost identical a figure to Kamaji in terms of his like kind of existence in the basement.
Oh yeah, good point.
Which I think is pretty interesting. But there's one more relationship to the Tsuchigumo that to the movie and that's to Haku, because Haku's full name is the Niki Hayama Kohaku Nushi Nigi Hayashi was a character in Japanese mythology. He married the daughter of a like important Tsuchigumo, but he betrayed the Tsuchigumo to then side with the Yamato government and kill and overthrow his father-in-law, which is it's interesting because Haku himself came to Kamagi to ask his help to learn magic, so to get him in with Zeniba, basically the same way that happened, not Zeniba, Yubaba, same way Chihiro asked him. So it's one more mythological interaction, though of course Haku doesn't seem to ever betray Kamagi's trust in the end, maybe because Chihiro saved him before he could.
Yeah, and this is already fascinating, but this reminds me that I was trying to talk about Bo and what the Bo and Kintaro, this connection might mean.
Let's get back to that.
This is what I found interesting, is that Bo is a huge, gigantic ass baby with like titanic strength, bursting through the door, destroying everything. Yet Yubaba is like extremely hyper protective of the child. the child is completely spoiled and always demanding and like, I'll cry if you don't play with me, or I'll break your arm if you don't play with me later with Chihiro. And this entire room of Bo was also decked out in pillows and like so that he couldn't hurt himself on the walls. And don't leave the room, you will get the germs from the outside. So it is like clearly a representation of like kind of a parent spoiling their child by being overprotective.
Absolutely.
Despite this child being strong as
And
fuck.
also,
so that's,
and also it's also like this thing
really
Miyazaki
full of irony,
despises, which is this virtual world that's made just for you, and everything's fine in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think it's funny that Bo is literally an overgrown baby, but also metaphorically an overgrown baby, where it's like, what is she protecting? He's a baby that could like crush many people with his bare hands. Like, he's not weak or agile, and we even see he finally learns to walk when he's just let to go outside. When he just finally leaves his room for the first time, he can finally like walk and have independent thoughts from his mother, which I think it's maybe it's just me thinking about this too much, but like Baba being an old lady with like an infant child seems kind of weird, you know, like typically old women don't have babies. So it's one of those things that's like, how long has Bo maybe been a baby? Because this is like a magical space. Yep. So has her infantilization of him lasted decades at this point, where he's just a baby forever because she doesn't allow him to grow up?
A very interesting perspective.
And of course, Bo is also another one of those. I'm sorry, if you go on.
Okay, thank you. So I think there is multiple interpretations that you get from this. Of course, there is like, it's not properly explained in the movie, but I think, and of course, Miyazaki, as we discussed earlier with Death of the Author, may not know the answer himself, but I think there are multiple interpretations that are possible. One of which would be like as we talked about earlier, the sort of spoiled and overprotective nature in a sort of alienated modern capitalist Japan that Miyazaki depicts, where just like Chihiro's parents a little bit are very overprotective and don't really want to let her access new or adventurous things, which is why they are in the way and they have to be gotten out of the story before Chihiro can actually grow and have an adventure. Another interpretation would be that of the Jungian one, in which I'm not very interested, I have to honestly say, which is where the woman is kind of portrayed as, on the one hand, a very protective figure, and on the one hand, a very nasty and devouring monster.
The devouring mother. Yeah.
In which it comes back. I'll just keep this really brief because I'm not super interested in this interpretation personally, but in which in childhood the child starts to associate the mother both with the traumatic experiences they face as well as the very positive and nurturing experiences they face, to oversimplify it a really bit. Of which Yamaoba of Yubaba is kind of an interpretation. Also because she literally has two sides, Yubaba and Seneba. Yeah. But another interpretation that I maybe find the most interesting is kind of like the feminist perspective, because in Japanese tradition, women in these folkloric stories have often been depicted as having a very sort of weird and perverse desire. For my Japanese class on a few days back, I had to watch the movie Ugetsu, which is very interesting when you look at it from the context of this film, because in this, the main character Genjuro also becomes spirited away in a sense, and finds himself in the clutch of this really caring, beautiful, noble woman, which is trying to get her to make her husband, and he becomes kind of like sort of engulfed in this paradise and in this super environment of pure comfort and wellness. And he literally says, like, how can such a paradise exist here on Earth? But on the other hand, she is an evil spirit who wants to kill him. So there is like that kind of misinterpretation of women that kind of goes back in tradition a long time, because of course all these stories, because of course Ugetsu is based off an old folk story written by, I don't know, Thundi, do you know this? Who wrote Ugetsu?
Oh, I'm blanking.
The Edo writer.
Yeah. Let me real quick.
Okay. I can explain it further while Thundi is looking it up. They have been depicted same in another story I had to read called the Holy Man of Midkoya, as on the one side the super caring, and on the other side the evil devouring woman, which I could attribute to a bit of a misunderstanding of women, what women actually are, from kind of like a patriarchal or hypermasculine perspective. Because of course, if you're a man and you only have male experiences, and of course in these sorts of Neo-Confucian and Buddhist ideologies, female sexual desires and just the sort of lives that women lead are very foreign to you. They get communicated to you, and you interpret them in a very foreign and dangerous and weird manner. Like, if you're living in Edo, Japan, and all this time you've learned that women are passive objects who don't really have any desires, and then all of a sudden a reality comes on where a woman actually likes you and wants, has actual sexual desires and is an actual person, then that becomes very threatening. And this kind of threat of women is kind of encapsulated in these stories, I think.
So how does that tie together?
His name is Ueda Akinari, by the way.
Okay. Ueda Akinari. So okay,
how does that tie together?
That's a really good one, because and that of course is in the character of Yubaba, on the one side being a very caring and like very caring mother, nurturing mother. On the other side being a very threatening person who wants you to work for her, who wants you to do all kinds of things. And it's kind of a sort of weird, hyper two-dimensional view of women that I think Miyazaki has kind of borrowed from the cultural traditions of Japan.
I think I disagree. I do not think Yubaba is nurturing at all. I think she's cuddling, and I think she's possessive. Like, she's all about like her baby being perfect and having everything just the way he likes it. But in the world of Spirited Away, that's not compassion. That's that's cruel in a way. And once again, it's an extreme an extreme allegory for what's going on in Chihiro's life, in the same way that No Face represents a like perversion of, going to a new place and like absorbing what it means to be there. I think Bo is like a perversion of, the cuddling parents.
And this is, by the way, there's a scene. The nurturing mother, the devouring mother, because this nurturing has some kind of like cruel, morbid, devouring property to it, which is what Yubaba does, right? It is sort of a devourment where the child is just trapped in a sense.
But speaking back to the idea that of Bo as like a reflection of Chihiro in a way. There's a scene after they fall into the boiler room where Chihiro stomps on a bug, a little, like an enchantment bug.
The little worm. That's such a funny little thing.
And then she like and then Kamagi breaks basically purifies her after that. But he like has her hands put together and he breaks them. Then while they're talking later, and Chihiro, you see Bo stomping on the black spot where the bug was killed. And then
reenacting,
reenacting scene where they put this thing, and then the soot sprites come and break the spell. And it's really interesting how this movie is just completely obsessed with these performative reenactments of different social and ideological meanings and existences.
Yeah,
I think that little ritual is like the best example of what I talked about earlier with the little. The little customs that is that like an actual magic rule, or is that just something people do around here?
Yeah, exactly.
Because like it is something. It's actually not even that common in Japan. Like apparently there were people when they read that in the storyboards were like, "What is this? I've never heard of this." But like it is a thing where Miyazaki grew up. Apparently, like
also note how
you do when you step in dog shit or something.
Sorry,
but like, yeah, a little ritual you do when you step in dog shit or something else that's really gross. Then you do this little, playing at it, ritual. It's a little childish superstition thing. But like when Kamachi does it, he's like really serious about it. So is it an actual thing in this world, or is it just like, a custom?
No. I was just going to say, I really like that scene. And also another little thing back to Bo is notice how now Mouse Bo gleefully steps in this like icky, disgusting goo, where earlier on he was like disgusted and frightened by the sight of blood under his mother's like coddling worldview. But now that he's kind of like free and open and out of the room, he's just doing things like that he would never do before. He's walking, like we said, and he's mimicking Chihiro, and he's kind of like becoming his own person and like conquering fears right before our eyes.
Yeah.
But it's interesting because like the idea of like where Bo is clearly empowered by how he performs Chihiro's activities, right? He learns to become like his own person, his own autonomous actor through his interactions with Chihiro's ways of interacting with the world. Which is that's obviously like the we can just call it empathy as a way, right? And empathy and compassion kind of go hand in hand. But as the movie shows of like these kind of empathy, this like extreme empathy that like say No Face is basically entirely empathy, but without understanding the meaning behind any of the actions. So he was copying and trying to like imitate and find meaning through these imitations of these actions. But for No Face, instead of the positive action that Bo has to it, it becomes basically negative as he like consumes these capitalist concepts. Right? I think Miyazaki's having this interesting problematization of these kinds of acts of compassion, of these acts of empathy, where in trying to interact and feeling and understanding other people, we are taking their worldviews, which are wrong and violent and and destructive and in all these ways, which make one unhappy and eventually gets yourself turned to a pig and eaten. And I think that's really interesting as a movie with central core, idea, like just emotion is just, compassion, empathy, showing, look at what compassion, empathy, and how everyone performing this thing can lead to these kind of horrifying situations, right?
No,
the performance of this capitalist culture turning No Face into a monster.
I think it's I don't think it's necessarily like that they are like that Yubaba is too compassionate or that like No Face is all empathy. I think it's positing that these acting this way is not compassionate. It's not empathy, that empathy is something different. And that's exactly what like Chihiro kind of teaches them, which is why they're both important characters and why they go along on the journey with her. Like in Bo's case, like much of Chihiro's growth and like nobility comes from being in gross situations. Like her big moment of self-actualization where she purchased the river spirit, that's all about like just walking through the mud, like right up into its mouth and just like doing the right thing anyway.
Good.
And of course there's the blood of Haku that's all over her because she wanted to help him.
Here's the thing, right? The bathhouse and Yubaba are generally scared of the outside polluting the inside.
Exactly.
Scared that the child will be polluted by the world and by germs. Scared of the stink spirit entering the bathhouse and polluting everything inside. But Chihiro, she takes that on, right? She needs to guide the stink spirit, and she really goes in there deep into the grime and muck and pulls out the fucking bicycle. Like the thing that Miyazaki loves to tell, the story where he helped clean up a river and they pulled out a bicycle out of the dirty ass river. And this kind of anxiety of pollution and outside forces is kind of subverted here. That because the engagement with this dirty thing, with like pulling out the bicycle, with like going out into the world and experiencing hardships, in a sense, right? Helps grow up, helps you become responsible, helps you gain the thankfulness of others, helps you self-actualize more substantially, and helps you purify. So like purification does not occur by you simply keeping your pure like cultural heritage basically just unstained from the outside, but it consists of taking in the possibilities of pollution, taking in the possibilities of harmful and the risky encounters and dangers to yourself.
Like when Chihiro goes into Bo's room eventually, and Bo catches her, she basically Bo refers to her as a germ, and she's like, and she's that's what she is. She's a outside polluting force coming into the bathhouse. I mean,
she's also a stinking human, right? There's a focus on her stinking like a human. Everyone's like, what's that smell?
Yeah, so Chihiro as this kind of germ in Bo's room. Joe's like, oh, you're gross, you're disgusting, but I want you to play with me anyways. But Chihiro then, embraces that. She's like, "Oh, look, I've got blood in my hand," and like shoves it into his face, and just like, and is proud of it. Which is interesting because throughout the movie, one of the most important ideas is purification, and purification through vomiting up like the bad things inside of you. So, I mean, you could read it this way: oh, the way to purify the bathhouse is to eventually vomit Chihiro out. But I think that's an odd reading, and I think a lot of the it's really easy to essentialize this movie as kind of a oh, there's evil pollution and we have to purify it to get rid of like the excesses of the evil pollution forces of modern society and get rid of it, go back to the old. That's like, I feel like constantly the movie is questioning that narrative.
Yeah, totally.
Possibility.
Especially with the stink spirit, right? Like Yubaba is like, no, don't let it in, don't let it in. The trick to save it and have back a beautiful river spirit is to let it in and to like engage with it and solve the issue. Not to send it away, right? And ignore it.
Yep. We talk about environmentalism here, like with the river spirit, right? So, like, I mean, you briefly mentioned this before, but Miyazaki had in some of the time in the '90s, he started doing all these cleanup projects with middle-aged and elderly people around his community, where they would just go into rivers and they pick up all the trash and stuff. And he remembered that there was one time where this bicycle that was stuck in the river, and he had to tie a rope to it and pull it out with a bunch of like other volunteers. It was like a big effort, but Miyazaki felt really, really empowered. And he felt like he got into a level of self-actualization. He talks a lot about how meaningful pulling this bike out of the river was to him. And of course, when Chihiro goes to finds a quote unquote thorn in the stink spirit, or the river spirit rather, and she wraps a rope around it and she pulls it out. It's a bicycle that comes first, and inside the whole and with it comes the whole giant mound of trash that was inside the river spirit.
Which is one of the best scenes in the movie, by the way, as the entire like mound of shit and trash and junk and civilization comes out of that fucking dirty spirit.
And we think of environmentalism throughout the film. I see the bath is surrounded by water. I mean, of course, water is just like a normal indicator of liminal spaces and of abstract sexuality and stuff like that. But also, you can just see the water. I mean, there's big rainstorms and a giant ocean forms. I mean, it's clearly one of the things that that's encroaching on the bathhouse is global warming, is like environmental pollution, are these like kind of these elements of human changing the world in a way that is destructive to humans themselves, but also to the natural world in this kind of interesting space.
I don't see the flooding in the same way. It seems like a sort of purification. It gets revealed right after the river spirit has been freed and everyone celebrated. And that's when Chihiro knows, like, oh my god, there's so much water out there. And Lin is like, yeah, what do you expect with all that rain? It's natural. That's how things are supposed to go. I think it's supposed to be like a beautiful thing, not like a threatening thing, the flooding.
You say that, but like the train is almost submerged. The people on the train tracks are clearly have this kind of like this Miyazawa-esque kind of like dejection to the world. This kind of like, you know, quiet. Like, I mean, they try to accept their fates, but I mean, they have to.
We'll get into the train soon.
I definitely don't think the train is a positive. The train covered with water is necessarily a positive thing.
Right, we'll get to the.
It's post-apocalyptic, in my opinion.
Okay, I have one last comment to make about the bathhouse itself and the sort of foreignness and the sort of foreign entities that come inside of. Because when looking at Ugetsu, which to me is strikes me as a great inspiration for this film, I don't know if this is canonical, but I see a great deal of parallels between these two films.
It probably is. Like, Miyazaki is very worldly and well read.
And Ugetsu is a very famous classical Japanese film. It seems almost the opposite, where Genjuro gets led into this great old yashiki of an old daimyo who has died in the war because Oda Nobunaga. And once he's inside there in his own little paradise with this beautiful noble woman and her servant, they treat it as if the outside is dangerous. Whenever he goes outside to buy like new beautiful kimonos for his new wife, they say, you should never go outside again. It's dangerous out there. You can't do these things. You should stay here with us because here is beautiful and it's a paradise. Even though eventually it's revealed if he stayed there, he would have died. Because the noble woman says, you should come with us to our native land, which is basically the world beyond. She wants to pass on, and she wants to use Genjuro in order to do that, and killing him in the process. But going outside, he meets this wise sage who says to him, if you go, you have to leave there. If you stay longer, you will die. There's a great death upon your face. And then later he decides to leave his good, comfortable paradise and go back to his old village to live with his family again. And to me, I said initially an inversion, but maybe that's not really the case. They're just kind of similar, like being scared of the outside influences. Like, oh, the outside is scary and you shouldn't go there. And what comes from there is alien, and you shouldn't do this.
You shouldn't do this.
So I can definitely see how the Ugetsu story might be an influence, although probably like the whole idea of like the outside being a dangerous place where you're not supposed to go, and that either like being something you're being lied to about, or like something a true warning. That's as old as like fairy tales. Yeah, but I think what I was getting into, like, whoa, it's a while since I was at that point, but Chihiro kind of becomes this alternative parent figure to Bo and to No Face. Near the end of the movie, with Bo having turned into the little cute little fun hamster thing, and Bo gets to learn that like true compassion isn't like protecting you from anything ever happening to you and keeping you in this little bubble. Compassion is about letting you like walk on your own if you want to, letting you experience things. And she's also like, I think she is also teaching No Face about how things like aren't just valuable because they can be consumed, or you can give other people to consume them. No Face like kind of learns to like find value in like just being around another person first of all, and second of all in like doing labor himself. He ends up an assistant, just spooling thread and just eating pie that you were served by the kindly grandmother character,
Yeah, it's interesting you speak of Chihiro as a mother, because it makes me think of how traditionally in like Miyazaki's works, his characters are very essentialized in a way. They're mythologized. Nausicaa is the warrior mother princess queen, right? That's who she is. Miyazaki literally talks about giving her big breasts because he wants her to be nurturing. You get
that's like the only reason.
He gives people like people like Patsu, but this is who like he's the androgynous male hero like you get in your these kinds of stories. But this is kind of changes like especially with like starting with Kiki and then like Pokoroso, where these characters are much more ambiguous. They're more human, and I think it's interesting. You think of like Chihiro starts to represent this kind of uneasy family like mother figure. Like compare her to say say Chihiro, not Chihiro, wait, what's her name? The girl in Lapita, the main character. Shita becomes takes on the mother role that is passed down to her from the mother and head of the pirates, right? So she kind of like starts to essentially this mother role, but in Spirited Away, this question is instead of having her representing these motherly traits, instead Chihiro is just who she is, but through her compassion, she's who she is as a human, as the person reflecting this world around her and trying to understand it, and she's like in a way just a normal 10-year-old girl who's like pouty and immature, but also infinitely wise in that kind of way that people use children. But and through that capacity, she as a human, as a person, as an individual, and not as a universal figure, becomes a mother nurturing figure.
Yeah, like it's like after the purging of the river spirit, she has become self-actualized, and the rest is just like her doing the right thing in treacherous circumstances.
Yeah, it's really interesting, like from a structural perspective too. Like the film, usually you have that kind of moment of self-actualization and like meaning happens at like right at the climax of the movie, and then you have like the denouement maybe, right? But in this movie, it happens like smack in the middle, like 50 minutes in, like 1 hour in. You have like the climactic scene where Chihiro, becomes she just self-actualizes.
It feels like her character arc is done there.
Yeah, and then the rest of the movie just kind of meanders onwards, and it's kind of fascinating how like. As a kind of radical departure from the structure of the Miyazaki's early films, I feel like
and that's actually one of the things that I kind of think is a flaw of the movie. You can argue it's part of its charm, but I think it's also like a symptom of the troubled production of the film, because it's clear that like there some like parts of the movie that. Like for instance, the whole framing of like her name being stolen, and her having to remember her name is a really important part. It feels significant, but in the end, it's a non-issue in a way. And you can kind of see how this like character arc is like resolved halfway through, only for the rest to be mostly plot with like. What you call it, not MacGuffins, but like plot coupons that have to be. You have to take the medicine to this character, and you have to. Then you purge them of that, and then there's the seal. Go to this character to get the coupon to go back and get help Haku.
Yeah. And
I think that's a very Eurocentric reading of how the film structure works, and that's. Because this is the thing, he's been doing this ever since the beginning of his career. He started off with very, very like traditional Hollywood structure movies with like Castle in the Sky and Nausicaa. These movies are and Castle of Cagliostro. These are very like straightforward, very much you have your 3 acts. Everything comes where it's supposed to happen, even if it doesn't quite feel right. Say like in the case of Totoro, where like the final like conclusion is just like why is this here? This doesn't make any sense with the rest of like the tones of the movie. And you get into like, Key's Delivery Service, where it also does this a little bit with the finale, but starting to get away with it. And then Porco Rosso kind of completely abandons those kind of 3-act structure, and even mocks it in its like anticlimactic end. And I think Spirited Away is the logical conclusion of this kind of, departure from the Western structure, and instead using Kisho Ketsu, ways of where the instead of like these natural arcs come with the peak of the character's self-actualization, rather you have these kind of spikes of intensity, which then just spike but instead of like coming down and up and again, it just goes up and up and up and up until it concludes and stops, which is the traditional Japanese narrative structure through specifically in Japanese theater.
Well, but that doesn't fit at all into Spirited Away, because like the emotional climax of the movie is like I would at least argue is the train sequence, which is the least like high intensity scene in the whole film.
And here I have to say what my read on this structural differences, at least in the way we think about it. This is why Miyazaki says, and I believe this is exactly the reason, that it is not a coming of age movie. Like, it is easy for us to say, okay, there's a girl, we have like the monomyth structure, she goes and she grows and like she has a changing moment and then she comes out a different character. So it's coming of age. But then there's 50 more minutes of the movie. So I think this should put us in a position to ask, okay, what if this is not the coming of age thing? What is then going on here? And for me, and I think this fits very well with the movie, it is more about this spiritual journey that the train ride into the past, into the deeper levels of the dream, into the more lingering, more spiritual parts of the Japanese unconscious of like this spirit realm represents. And that Miyazaki really draws our focus that, well, this coming of age thing is important, but it is almost like incidental on the path to this, I always want to say, spiritual enlightenment that we go on as we find this place in the swamp. I don't know, maybe Thundy will agree with me.
Just before we get before we board the train, because like the train scene is so central, let's just like, the reason she goes there is because Haku came back like wounded after all those like little paper birds attacked him, because he was trying to steal away this seal that was in possession of Zeneba. So, like, initially, like, watching the movie, you kind of feel like, wait, where did that come from? Why is that seal important? But, like, any, like, Japanese viewer would recognize it as like, it's basically a person's signature, like, their personal seal.
Yeah,
and
stamp.
With how important names are in this film, you can definitely tell why Zeneba did not really like that he was coming to her twin sister with Zeneba's like true name, her identity, her signature, like that there's some implications there that are really interesting that the movie just doesn't really explain.
But you also have to recognize that the name thing isn't like really an intrinsic Japanese like thing.
No, he got it. Like one of the key inspirations for it seems to be actually Earthsea.
Yeah. Earthy and a different story, and I guess that's where my moment shines, where I get to talk about my specific cultural knowledge. Because in one of the interviews in Turning Point, Miyazaki mentioned, alongside two of big Western influences of his, okay, more than two, Tales of Earthsea as well. Absolutely true. We can talk about the meaning of names, and also Tales of Earthsea is going to be a full episode of this podcast, because there's a movie adaptation by Studio Ghibli of the Tales of Earthsea novels.
It's even a Miyazaki film.
Yeah, but not the correct Miyazaki.
This ain't your granddad's Miyazaki film.
But this is the new cool.
Then, of course, the other Western references that Miyazaki talks about is Alice in Wonderland, which we already mentioned in this cast, but now comes my stinger. It's Krabad. If you've never heard about Krabad, I'm not surprised, because it's really weird and surprising that even Miyazaki had heard about it and explicitly mentioned it. Because Krabad is a very like local kind of folk tale from my state in Germany. The southern part of Brandenburg in Germany has a small ethnic minority called the Sorbs, the Sorbic people, and they number like less than 100,000 people. And I happen to be related to Sorbic people because my grandmother is one. So I've always heard about this fairy tale or folk tale Krabad, which is about an oddly similar scenario to what is happening in Spirited Away. Because So the general gist of the Krabat tale, which is often told in very different ways, because of course it's like an oral account that has been then novelized and like adapted into theater plays and whatnot in this very local culture. But the general gist is that it's like a watermill run by the devil who takes in apprentices to teach them in the black arts. But if you find your way to get to this satanic mill by getting lost as a child, and then as a child you appear there, and then you cannot leave again, and you have to work in the mill. So there's some interesting parallels here. And what is happening in the Krabat story is that the name of a person allows you to control them. Like you can command them, you can kill them just by having their name. And everyone tries to hold their names secret because names give dominion over people. I don't have a perfect read on this, why this has this meaning in the Krabat story, but it's like a very common, like a recurring thing. And the solution to this is oddly similar to what is in Spirited Away. Because to free someone from the mill, there's like this famous scene of the Krabat folktale, which is that the lover of the beggar who was basically taken over and turned into an employee at the mill comes to the mill and challenges the devil in like a Faustian bargain. And the devil is like, yeah, I will give you back your lover if you can tell me which of these 12 ravens is your lover, because I've transformed them into ravens and you need to tell me which one is the correct one so the spell will be broken. And that's just really similar to what happens at the end of
And what's the
Away.
answer?
Well, in this case, the answer is literally one of the ravens, and she just recognizes them because of the power of love. There are changes, but there's so many similar rules in this very specific local folktale, which for some reason Miyazaki has read. I don't know. Miyazaki's extremely worldly. Like, for me, Krabat was always like, oh yeah, everyone knows that. And then it turns out, no, wait, not everyone knows this. This is just because my grandma is from there. It's a really funny little weird cultural reference that is really surprising to me. And Miyazaki really went out of his way to incorporate a lot of these rules of this story, which I found now appropriate to mention. So,
yeah, I think it's interesting that the name magic is a thing that comes up in this story because, yeah, like we say, he was probably definitely inspired by Earthsea, which in Earthsea, if you know something's true name, you can control it. But I think it also ties in, and probably a reason why it worked so well with the Japanese audience is at least from my perspective, what I can tell, like names are incredibly important in Japan. Like you must always see it as a trope where people like have interesting characters in their names that have a unique meaning to them. And there's a lot of use of titles in Japanese speech. Like you'll call person like, the senpai or the sensei, just like as if that was their name. You can just call them that. That's an official title. Even just the
difference between san and
all the additions you can add to name. Like I also
calling
thought of this
someone by
funnily
their first name instead of the last. Yeah, there's a lot
watching Sengatsu no Lion, because in that all the professional shogi players, they have their like ranking within their name, so people call him like by his name. Like what was it? Kiyamara is his name? I can't remember. Kariyama, yeah, and it's like Hachi Dan or like Go Dan or Rock, because it's literally part of your name is now your official standing within shogi, and it's like that's how important it is.
That's very interesting, but it's of course also important not to just over maybe orientalize and say, oh, this is definitely like a Japanese thing, because of course in lots of cultures names are very important, right? Because
like
it's
that's undoubtedly
which
true.
is
like we like Nyar just said a little bit about the worldliness of Miyazaki, and I think that's really interesting because you can see kind of in Spirited Away, and I think this is a big part of the reason why it's so popular all over the world, is just lots of cultural influences, not just from Japan, but from other places of the world, from Alice in Wonderland, from obscure little ethnic stories. Like ethnic story sounds maybe a bit weird, but from
don't talk about my people like that.
From like
I also remember
stories from all over the world, and it's just funny because we often talk about Miyazaki as like this traditional like Japanese figure, and like, but he's actually very well read and is very influenced by many different people all over the world, and I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah. I also remember
specifically to do with namings of things.
Just one more thing I wanted to mention in that like cultural influence thing. like I remember, and I can't find it anymore, a Twitter thread of this Irish girl, like born and raised, who watched Spirit Away for the first time and like live tweeted it. Which, I mean, don't do that. Don't live tweet your first watching of a movie.
Don't
but still,
pause to go on Twitter.
And I can't find it. I couldn't find it for this podcast. But I remember like it was so interesting because a lot of the stuff she noticed was like that's straight out of like the Fae folk in the fair folk in Irish folklore. Like all the little like rules things, like as soon as like the parents started eating, she was like, no, that's not, you're breaking the rules, don't eat the Fae folks things, this girl knows what's up. And like, yeah, there's something like maybe he got that from like a lot of like the way the rules work from Irish mythology. Maybe it's something in Shinto mythology that we're not aware of. Maybe it's just like some universal thing that like many cultures have this idea of like a spirit world that follows different rules. But it's fascinating how like it's universal in that way. But Thunderer, you were going to talk about like with the names.
Yeah, with naming specifically in one of the interviews, Miyazaki mentioned that the reason why he wanted to talk a lot about naming Spirited Away is because he felt like in modern society that people used words flippantly. Basically, he thought he was basically like words have a lot of power. Like when you say something, you start to think it, you start to mean it, you start to have a lot of artistic intent becomes behind it. Every time you say a new word, you completely change your perception of the world around you and the world itself around you. And he was like, people weren't as careful with words as back in my day. People were careful with words, and that's this concept of naming and why people made naming so important is because he wanted to like people's like essences could be captured in these words, right? And so she was trying to speak to this kind of uncare of people's names, and people are all losing their names now. Like Haku lost his name, Chihiro loses her name, like because they're not careful with it. They're not paying attention to how important their identity is and how tied it is to their speech, their artistic creation, right?
Yeah,
and that was really interesting.
I think another like way the name change ties into like Japanese culture specifically is like when you're watching this like in the dub when you're a kid or something, because as a kid you were a fucking newbie who didn't know how to appreciate anime, but I digress.
Yes.
Fucking 6-year-olds, am I right? Yeah, but like when like they change her name and now she goes from being Chihiro to being Sen, and it's like, oh no, they changed the name. But like what's actually happening is like the kanji in her name, like kanji can like have a lot of different like can have different pronunciations depending on the context they're in. And in names, like sometimes like you'll have to explain like exactly how your name is written with which kanji to make which sounds.
Yeah, that's why I think the Japanese audience particularly like connected with this idea. Not to like exactly, as you said, because, to like orientalize, but I feel like specifically with the double meanings of kanji, which is a very similar thing with Chinese, because they got their writing system from the Chinese, and they have similar things with additional like names onto people's names to like mean a lot of reputation or like coming to adulthood.
Yeah, and Yubaba doesn't just like change her name; she physically like magically takes away a bunch of kanji from her name with one character remaining without its context.
Yeah,
so like it's not a complete stripping of identity, it's a stripping away of context of the name, which is akin to stripping away identity.
I mean, I
Zen means 1000, by the way, turning into number.
Dimensions of how that works.
If people are curious, if there's any like Japan phobes out there, Japan lovers out there.
Japanophiles, yeah.
Because Sen means 1000, and it has both an onyomi reading and a kunyomi reading, an onyomi and a kunyomi reading, and the onyomi is how it was read in the classical Chinese. From when it was first important to Japan. So often the onyomi is not even close to the pronunciation of how it would be now in China, but it was the original Chinese pronunciation.
Wait, so Yubaba uses the old Chinese pronunciation?
Yeah, so...
Oh, that's really interesting.
Chi is the onyomi.
Okay.
However, sen is the
kunyomi, and usually when you have this is not always the case, but when you have a kanji alone, you read it in the kunyomi pronunciation, whereas if it's in a larger kanji formation, a larger word, you usually use the onyomi pronunciation. There are this is not always the case because it's Japanese and it's a hell language to learn.
Yeah.
But
That's interesting because, like, in the Spirited Away book by Andrew Osmond, he mentions that, like, while Western viewers will see it, oh, so very Japanese, this bathhouse thing, a lot of, like, Japanese audiences will recognize a lot of Chinese characteristics of the place. And especially, like, Yubaba's place also has this, like, Victorian, like, ostentatious presentation and layout. So
the bathhouse with Chinese characteristics.
Yeah. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Yeah. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, like her, like, specifically stripping away the Japaneseness also in a way, and going with the old Chinese pronunciation. Maybe it's just like a neat little language thing they do. Yeah.
Everything is just like, especially it's his film, it's just like a cultural amalgamation of all kinds of things. There's so many different cultural influences. Even when you look at, like, what we consider classical Japanese culture, has so many different influences from both the Korean peninsula as well as Chinese. There was a certain architectural style that became very popular in the Edo area, and that was, I think it was called the Teng. I don't know. It was but it was something that was popular way earlier in the Chinese era. So then when the Chinese looked at the current Japanese people, they thought, how are these people so old-fashioned? They're using all these old architectural styles that are not good at all anymore. They're not, like, in vogue at all anymore. Whereas the Japanese saw these old Chinese styles as being very very prestigious and very important and very cool, and it was completely in vogue there. So we kind of see how weird these cultural influences actually work, and how kind of this cultural amalgamation kind of comes and it's kind of same with Spirited Away, where everyone kind of starts to see their own culture reflected in these stories. As you said, with the Irish girl who said, "Oh, this is completely like Fey magic," and Njard saying, "Oh, this is completely like the story that my grandma told me," and it just has so many different influences that everyone kind of, like, recognize a bit of their own culture in it, and I think that's a really wonderful element of the story.
And not just that, like we talked about earlier about how when they came into the abandoned theme park originally, we can conceive of the place as like oh, this is like this, like, you know, it's pretending to be like Edo area, even though it's made in like the last, like, decade, right? Where so, like, all these different like elements of these architecture, you know, I said that Yubaba's like, Victorian palace. So like when they go into the woods layer from Zeniba, it's her cottage feels very, like, you know, Eastern European kind of, like, you know, Baba Yaga
Hansel and Gretel.
Kind of. Those are two very different things.
They are. But Baba Yaga is very present in the German fairy tale tradition as well, so it's not that big of a stretch.
Yeah, but all these different, like, these elements, these different all these different cultural, like, reaches. And when Miyazaki talks about names, we talk about, oh, not to orientalize it, like, and there's specifically a Japanese element to it, but then of course, you know, there's a Chinese element to the naming, and then there's the fact that the naming, like, sings the exact naming from this things to be taken from from Narad's grandma. It literally told Miyazaki to put it in.
Thanks to Njard's grandma.
Yay.
And how all these elements function, and I think when Miyazaki talks about how naming and, like, speaking and words are really powerful, and they're powerful in, like, a kind of universal sense. it's kind of like we can get to like a more a Jungian interpretation, right, of that. We don't have to, but we can we see this kind of like where just the world's like myths all over become come in like a crashing point in like modern society of like contemporary meaning becomes everything is muddled because everything comes from so many different places, and there's no way of tracing origin, where origin itself is erased and becomes meaningless, right? And so we only have these kind of amalgamations, these kind of alienated like entities, like the bathhouse, which is like a complete like there's no origin in the bathhouse. It's not traditional Japan. It can't be. There's no
That's all the industrial stuff.
It's all the industrial stuff. There's all the Western influence. There's the Chinese influence. There's no pure Japanese. And the only place that you can say quote unquote is essentialized to be like a purely good place is the cottage in the woods. But the cottage, if why would you put the place that's like the pure place, the safe place, the place where one can like be yourself and be happy and controlled and whatever, as a European or Eastern European hut in the woods, a witch's hut
in the middle of a swamp.
Yeah. I think that's like considered consistent, like traditionally is A, very not Japanese, and B, very like traditionally like a violent, dangerous place. And I think this like kind of like confusion of signifiers is like really vital to why naming is so important in Spirit Away.
And then there's also like just picking up on that, because I don't know that seems like the most elegant way to mention Susan Napier's meta out of place, which is a gigantic, imposing, lingo-laden text about this exact cultural depiction that is happening here, which is that Susan Napier kind of suggests that there is a sort of loss of perceived authenticity due to globalization, which has like its own all-encompassing tidal wave of hegemonic and homogenizing like uber culture, like the westernizing, the Americanizing, the capitalism, and so on and so on. And that what Miyazaki does in a sense here is creating a place for nostalgia without memory. So he is creating something nostalgic, even though it is not literally an actual Japanese past, or it's not like literally the actual cultural heritage. That is also the reason why so many of the yokai are like basically fictions of his mind more than they are the actual counterparts in the folk tradition. And what is happening here is that this kind of embodies like a melancholy. It is constructing like a sense of Japaneseness, a sense of Japanese community and culture through signifiers that are just assembled from an entirely globalized world and are already transnational. So there's a sense in which there is a way to reassert a kind of Japaneseness in there as sort of a resistance to the globalizing Western forces, which is already polluted by the outside influences. And I don't mean polluted in the negative sense of like destroyed or made worse for it, but simply polluted in the same way that we talked about earlier in terms of pollution, where pollution can be a growing opportunity, can be something which we can, where we can discover something in, where we can internalize something external and make it internal, where we can eat something up, Yeah.
It makes me think about the scene where they pull the bicycle out of the river spirit, right? Because in that scene, Chihiro kind of like is like before the scene, of course, like she's first seen as dirty human, right? And then after that, she's just treated like she's kind of hazed, like the employees don't treat her well. The foreman refuses to give her the thing she needs to do her job right. But like in this scene, she finally is like becomes a part of the community of the bathhouse, right? She's like Yubaba gives her the rope. She puts her in charge of this like really important job, and like everyone gets together and they like have like this moment where everyone's like heave ho, and like they're pulling the rope all together, and like in this like moment of like where before like the workplace seems to be a place of alienation, unhappiness, and like hierarchy, where everyone is coming together to work as
purpose.
But at the end of there, what happens is instead of in this moment of like the probably the purest moment of community in the entire movie, Chihiro is then at the end left alone, put before the river spirit, right? Like where her self-actualization in that moment comes a place of like where her pure individuality is discovered within the kind of communal action of pulling the bike out. And this kind of speaks to this kind of where idea that that there isn't an authentic Japanese cultural space. There isn't an authentic communal space of any kind. Like in that space, there's really just an individuals pretending they're mocking out a kind of like supposed communal activity, but really it's just you before you, the individual, you the pure a lonely, just like almost like an individual, almost without a self. I mean, because Chihiro there, she may be self-actualized, but in a way she's missing a self because she's not in touch with the kind of cultural context that she's supposed to be within, and she leaves in this empty space. It's just, I just want to say one more thing about the scene is like it's interesting because when the river spirit is like revealed in its like in its like full majesty, and like it's like a bony old face on a white background, which is interesting because it's the only scene I can think of in all of Miyazaki's work where there's a non-representational space. Because Miyazaki is obsessed with putting objects in spaces where what's important first is building a world, building a forest or a house or a spaceship or whatever, and having the people move around in that space. But in this one scene, where I mean throughout the movie, of course, like the abstractness of like the bathhouse itself has been like a really important theme, and that's kind of gone against Miyazaki's normal ethos about that kind of thing, where the space isn't as carefully designed in a way, even though it is, but like it seems to not be carefully designed in that way. But in this space, there's no background, there's no world at all. The old wizened face appears on a white background, on a white void. It almost like reminds me of the scene in Evangelion episode 26 where you have like Shinji and floating in the white void. And Chihiro was left like kind of just floating before it is when the water of its hands like drain out, and she's just kind of floating there. And he basically just says, "Well done," and gives her the object and then departs. And it's just this, I don't know, just fascinating expression of like both like this kind of like this attempt at the kind of cultural communal meaning, but it all fading away towards a kind of completely alienated, but through alienation empowered individual.
Fascinating read. And speaking of Evangelion in this context, because Susan Napier brings up another perfect thing which really fits with this. So for her, the liminal world, so the bathhouse of the film, can be seen as metaphoric of modern Japan, fading grip on historic tradition and an ambivalence towards the future, is what she says. And cast into that setting is the figure of the shoujo, which is in this case Chihiro, and Napier
the Ghibli girl,
shoujo, like it's a trope like in anime in general. Shoujo
young female protagonist, but like in Ghibli movies we call them the Ghibli girl.
Yes, we do, but I want to call it shoujo because Susan Napier makes a point about the tradition of shoujo within anime. So in shoujo stories, oftentimes you had the transforming shoujo was like a girl could transform, like has magical powers and saves the world. And she called previous incarnations of the shoujo before the bubble popped basically a site of liberation of joyous consumerism. And she lists a couple of examples. But she says in the 90s, after the bubble, something happened to the shoujo, which also includes Chihiro. She lists examples like you will have Utena, who is a revolutionary girl in a patriarchal system, and there are deathly, sickly, haunted girls, traumatized and broken, like in the Evangelion, like Rei and Asuka. She mentions those. And like Lane from Serial Experiments Lane, whose very subjectivity is called in question and is fading. And here she sees that Chihiro is one of those shoujo characters where the vanishing body of Chihiro is kind of a problematization of this sense of vulnerability about the own culture. There's no certainty, there's no conclusive satisfaction in this liberation and joyous consumerism, but what there is like this engagement with like these images of the past which slip away, which are like fragile and you cannot really hold on to them, and they seem to already be kind of lost in a way. We often talk about the idea of something that is already lost, which is being mourned in Miyazaki movies, but in this movie I think we're taking away through the movements that Chihiro does by engaging with this loss and by engaging on this spiritual journey where there's a search for what maybe has been lost. We engage in something that is quite productive and quite healthy, I believe, like where we recognize this lack, this unsubstantiation, this failing identification with a previous Japanese national identity, which, as you point out, Thunderer, does not really exist anymore. It is just like a construction here, but we can, as the shoujo, still retain some of the transformative property, and this is also a thing, right? Transformations in the film, but the shoujo also transforms, and she, in Chihiro's case, takes on something and changes by finding this place and by finding something out of materialism and out of empty consumerism, away from that, something which is more deeper through the train ride. And that's kind of the crucial point, I think, of the movie here.
And I think that's where we've arrived, unless someone here has something here.
I have one more thing to say on that narrative. I find it really interesting in regards to that. How in this movie the trauma, like in most Miyazaki movies, the trauma is something that's remembered. The trauma is something that's remembered. It's something like Pocoroso remembers being a man. What's her face? Why can't I remember her name? The woman in Mononoke Hime, the head woman.
Son.
No, not her.
Lady Boshi.
Oh, Eboshi.
Iboshi remembers that a time before she was like before she came to the realizations about like the brutal truths of the world, etc. Like there's always these remembered past, but in Spirited Away the past are not remembered.
Yeah, they're repressed.
Chihiro does not remember her name. She does not remember that she lost her shoe in the Kohaku River. The Kohaku River, being Haku, of course. She tells us the Haku. She's like, I don't remember almost drowning in your river, but my parents told me, right? The trauma is something that's relayed through generations, through communal history, not through individual history. Individuals do not have access to the history because the history doesn't actually exist to the individual. They're only expressing a trauma forced upon them by capitalism, by tradition, by their parents, by their communal forces, which are so violent and destructive to their actual self-actualization.
And there's a point that Susan Napier makes. She says it, and this falls perfectly in line with what Zenny Baba says. It is that repressed elements of culture still exist on the psychic borders of modern Japan, still approachable if one has knowledge and desire, like in Totoro, going into the forest, like in Mononoke Hime, where we talked in the cast about Miyazaki's statement that somewhere out there are still these titanic forests where these gods dwell. And this is kind of the reconnection movement that we're kind of pursuing in this film. This on the board. I like this phrase so much. Repressed elements of culture still existent on the psychic borders of modern Japan. Very well put, Susan Napier.
Right. I think this is about the time where we need to go in depth on what, in my opinion, might be the best scene in Miyazaki's whole oeuvre, which is, of course, the train ride from the bathhouse to Swamp Bottom.
But I guess to set the stage, we need to talk about the characters that are coming with on this train ride. It is Chihiro, aka Sen, it is No Face, it is Bo, and it is the little bird creature. And at this point, all of them are transformed through the movie. All of them have been transformed in some way. Chihiro, through saving the river god, has been made more confident. Bo has been transformed into a fat little rat. The bird has been transformed into a tinier fly, I guess. And No Face has had this entire development of growing large and eating and ingesting and then vomiting everything up and turning into a shy and timid No Face again. So I guess I want to ask all of you. I guess I want to ask all of you first whether or not you think that what the significance is of all these transformations being undergone before we board the train.
Well, I think like we've mentioned before that like purification is a huge theme in the movie, like getting the bad stuff out. I don't like No Face couldn't like board the train and be quiet before like throwing everything up. But I would argue that it's not so much that they needed to be transformed before boarding. I think it's more that they needed to have like finished their journeys before taking this journey, in a way. Like they've
Go
who just
on.
left? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean the train ride, which is like at like near the like climax of the movie. Like we've just had like two of the most like exciting like chase-esque scenes in the film, with Haku flying around and being all bloody, and with No Face throwing up everywhere and chasing down Chihiro and yelling after her. And then we board this train, and for like 2 minutes or something, nothing except the train ride is happening. And I think it's just it's hard to explain. I just think that it's such an interesting way to do an emotional climax, because it feels sort of like a denouement, like a thing you have that happens after the story is done, and in a way it is, but at the same time there's something about the level of tranquility and the level of just determination and confidence in Chihiro that makes it feel like the culmination of her character arc, if she has one.
It is also like, it takes courage, right, to go on this train. It's a one-way train. And a lot of the characters before this stage didn't have the courage to do this. Like Bo being enclosed in a little room, being afraid of germs. Chihiro being afraid to wander into places she hasn't seen yet and clinging to her parents. None of these characters before would be comfortable to take this daring quest to save Haku. Or was it to save Haku?
Okay, so the mission
Haku's
is
under the
to
spell.
Yeah, the mission is to return the seal to Seneba and ask for Haku's forgiveness, because at least Chihiro is convinced that the curse over Haku, the little black thing that had been poisoning him, was like a punishment for him stealing the seal. So like when she arrives there, though, it turns out to be like no, it's a different way around. Like the little black worm that she squashed, that was actually like Yubaba's thing that controlled Haku. So in a way, like there wasn't really a point to the journey except for the journey itself.
Also, I think it was interesting that was it Kamaji had these tickets this whole time, and like we say, he never took the train. Like no one in the bathhouse like ever took the train away. It was always more this idea that was there, but like the chance was never grasped. That even Lynn, who says that she kind of wants to get out of this place, she doesn't even like ask her for one of her tickets, even though she's a friend and she'd probably oblige. Like no one ever takes the train, but only Chihiro, in like these kind of final moments of actualization, like we say, she can take the one-way trip with confidence.
Yeah. And of course, we can do all sorts of speculation about like, why is it a one-way trip? Are we going to the afterlife? Is it because like it's like life, how you can't go back to the past? Like, or is it actually going into the like some sort of mythical past from which you don't return or something?
I think
like you can do a lot of speculation, but I think all of that like doesn't really matter, you know.
I mean, I think I still have something that would matter if we like analyze it with this in mind, because I think in a way it is the undoing of a certain kind of repression, right? If you like get knowledge about something, you may never forget it again. And Chihiro encountered this tranquil, this modest place, one where there's moderation and not excess consumption. And once you've taken the train, you've seen that world, and you've done the work together with all the other people there in total peace and quiet, there's maybe something that has been previously repressed that is now back, which you will not forget again. And this is what Zenibaba says anyways. Like, everything that happens stays inside you, even if you don't remember. So even if Chihiro would return from this forgetting, it would stay inside her. So it's, for me, a one-trip way to a place that maybe everyone, at least in Miyazaki's mind, that maybe everyone thinks they're looking for, that they've maybe all feel like they've lost the quiet, the tranquil place, the place to return to after like maybe 40 years of animating career once you use your train ticket and go there. Chihiro can walk back. That is what she says. She says she would walk back. Of course, she flies back. But the whole idea is that she is of the opinion that she can come back from this place, but it is still something lingering in our psyche, at least I think, according to Miyazaki. That is what we are taking away from this.
Any Japanese viewer is going to know that this train ride really like reflects like the very famous train ride in Japanese literature history, the Galactic Railroad by Kenji Miyazawa, where of course the train is a train to the afterlife, but our main character riding the train is not going to the afterlife. He's just going there to accompany his friend so he can return.
Yeah, maybe you could talk a little bit about Night on the Galactic Railroad in this context, because I think the way I understand it is that they're both riding the train. By the way, Night on the Galactic Railroad first of all, explicitly something that Miyazaki mentions as an influence on the train scene, and also something that is so deeply ingrained into every Japanese child because it is one of the most popular children's books over there.
Yep.
And the basic gist of the story is that these two kids board the train, and like they see on the ride through the Galactic Railroad, see multiple scenes, and they like kind of learn like little moral lessons and moral tales from it. And by the end, it turns out one of the kids is already dead and has drowned like on a festival, I think, fell into the river or something. And like the other kid returns having had this like journey of enlightenment, I guess. It's like a very Buddhist sort of thing. But maybe you can talk about it more, Thundra and Xiff.
Yeah, it's also funny, right? Because in Japanese art, mostly in Japanese modern art, and I don't mean how we see modern art like random paintings and stuff like that. I mean like modern in the sense of modernist, in the sense of like modernity. Whereas the train has always been a symbol of like modernity, where from yoga artistic paintings of Japanese workers making a real tunnel through a mountain to stories like the Holy Mountain, where people also ride on trains to then ironically just talk about traditional stuff more. But it is a symbol. The train in the Japanese imagination, as also in a lot of Western imagination, is kind of a symbol of modernity, of like transitioning to a new place, of being organized and having, I guess, this modern life. I guess that's.
But it's gonna take you back to the past.
Yeah.
In very way.
Yeah. So it's
as
kind
it
of
is
like
the Night in the
interesting.
Galactic Railroad, kind of, right? It is taking you to a more deeper, repressed, like spiritual part.
Yeah. I mean, they got like Rainbow. They go through all these different these different images of the past of of like both of a mythologized past and of like a more just like what people thought in the past, and like these the
Ironically,
journeys,
that's kind of
exactly what Miyazaki does, right? Like he uses modern technology, like modernity, the train itself, to bring people
and flying,
I guess, like to understand like maybe their past a little better too.
Yeah, there's a really great quote from Miyazaki, like near the end of Andrew Osmond's book on the film, where he says, an adult can feel nostalgia for a specific time in their lives, but I think that children too can have nostalgia. When you live, you lose things. It's a fact of life. And I think this, like, everyone has, like, almost everyone has this, at least one memory of like traveling somewhere as a kid and feeling like that sort of strange sense of melancholy when you looked out the window and knew that you were going a place and leaving another. That's it's such a universal experience. Maybe it was the car window, like in the beginning of this movie, or maybe it was one of these old trains that took you past all these landscapes to get to a different place.
I think
there's a nostalgia and like a sort of sense of like small loss in any sort of space in between places you're going. Roggol, you were saying something?
I think that the train ride itself represents a small death and rebirth for Chihiro herself, in that she is in a sense mourning the past identity of who she was, and she's becoming this person who essentially is charging into danger as far as she knows. And you as the viewer, you see the change that she's gone through in the moment of taking that all in, to take a step back, to acknowledge how far she's come, how much she's changed. And in that moment where she stares resolutely out of the window, you see this new person that she's become, and the old Chihiro has died and this new Chihiro has replaced her.
Yeah, and that's such an interesting shot because first of all, you can find like the original storyboard for like how Miyazaki drew her, where she looks really like defiant, really determined. Where in the film it's sort of more like there's more tranquility there. And interestingly, something I noticed was that if you look at her face, like there's this specific close-up, like right where she's staring forward, and she looks like determined, but like the reflection in her mirror looks a little more somber, which is such an interesting little detail.
Yeah, if you look really closely, you can see this. It was like slightly drawn slightly. It wasn't like just a digital effect reflecting it. It was a redrawing of her face, but with slight little differences on it. I think that's really neat.
To go back to Miyazawa briefly, and like the differences between the scene and Miyazawa's train ride is in the Miyazawa book, like what happens is you go on the train that's going to the afterlife to accompany your friend who's passing on, but you stop at every stop, right? You get off, you see what's going on here, you experience the people around you, you understand what their journey is, why they're going to the afterlife too, and like their spiritual journeys. But in Spirited Away, the train ride is really interesting because there are 6 stops, but Chihiro never gives up, and she never really moves. She just kind of stands there, like staring out the window. And as we go, we see the people on the train who, they seem to be mostly like lower class people. They're wearing like like the kind of caps that are like associated with like working class people in like the 30s, and like but they're big, brown bags. I mean, Miyazawa was writing in the 30s, so I mean, it's very clearly like expressed like really reference to him, but at the same time, like there's kind of a level of abstraction that was both and more reality than there was in the Miyazawa, because like we have our characters who are like these firm, solid images among these like ghostly figures, but we also just don't get to know their past. We don't get to interact with them. We don't get to learn what their spiritual journeys are like. We see the little girl who's waiting at the stop, waiting for someone who never gets off. But like, if she's a ghost girl going to like heaven, why is she waiting for? Like, what is she waiting for? What is she trying to remember? Like,
maybe she was just like looking at the train because it was neat. like she just wanted to see it. Like, who knows?
But like,
it's such an evocative image. You're right.
Yeah, but and I think it's because it's this kind of, it kind of reflects this kind of lost imagery, this lost imagination, this lost memories, these like these inability to access these kind of different spiritual journeys, these different spiritual lessons. Miyazaki can't just give you a bunch of lessons and say, okay, this is how you live your life now. That doesn't work anymore. Like the postmodern world doesn't allow that to happen. Which Miyazawa lived too early to like really encounter that. He was still like trying to solve the crisis of meaning, like all the modernists were.
I think it's an interesting contrast with how the bathhouse works, where there are all these vividly drawn characters who are very inhuman, and then here you have these vague like spirits that are clearly very like human, and not only recognizably human, but recognizably like working class. Like it feels like they're like on their way home from an exhausting day at work with like this with heavy bags. And
that's a
just
good term to mention.
I think that's an interesting point as well.
There's a sense of home to where Zenibaba lives, right? And Miyazaki's retirement place is also what he calls home. And when he talks in interviews about this place, he says this is the kind of place he wants to live. Like in moderation, like a quiet hut, basically on his own. It's just in nature. It's home.
I think when it comes to the afterlife thing, it's also interesting to like examine how the train is, like we were saying with the bathhouse a bit, but the train is even more so like a purely liminal space in which we already said it's one way, but it's also like even in real life, like you're only ever on a train for a couple of like hours and then you're gone, and then when you're not on the same train again. It's a different car, it's a different make of train, it's like you're only ever in this one kind of train with these people once ever.
You never step into the
same river never step on the same train twice.
Wonderful.
Yeah, and it's that kind of thing of like,
but you wouldn't realize it.
Yeah,
and it wouldn't matter.
And all the people, like, they're passing by, just like almost like a weird effect in like real life where you see so many people on the train, they all just blur into one. They're all just kind of like a mass of humanity. And it makes me wonder if maybe this thing of the afterlife is maybe not the afterlife, but maybe it's like the liminal space of like life itself, in which Chihiro, like growing up throughout the movie, has finally like stepped into adulthood and is like on the train of like life of like life just goes in one direction, time just marches on in a straight line, and you rather get off or you at some point. So I think it's kind of this like determination to like go through this space, and like everyone else is just kind of like a passenger.
Yeah, like I think like the really, really like great thing about this scene is it's the type of Mono no Aware, the ultimate. I think it's the best Mono no Aware as scene in Miyazaki's films. Like it's not like, you might argue that like like something like My Neighbor Totoro is like just all mono-noir, so it wins out. But I think there's something really great about it being in the middle of this really like this film with a lot of characters and kind of a lot of like different plot things you have to do and exciting chases and weird monsters, and then you just plop us in there and just let us be in this space of like between things, this transitional space.
And Miyazaki calls it a dream within
yeah.
dreams, and I think that's just such a beautiful little sounding thing, where it's just like, yeah, we're going deeper, we're going into the deeper levels of subconscious, we are finding something truer, more hidden, something oddly magical, like a really magical. The scene just captures some of this extremely magical feeling, and I find it hard to put into words.
It's the magical feeling of journeying somewhere alone as a kid,
but returning somewhere as a kid, right? I feel like a return is important for the power of the scene.
This makes me think of the interview Roger Ebert had with Miyazaki in 1999. A couple of years before this film came out, where Ebert asked Miyazaki about like these kinds of empty spaces that are in his film, and Miyazaki he clapped 3 times and said, "Okay, here the spaces in between those are that's ma, it's emptiness," and it's a really important concept in Japanese art traditionally. Xiff can probably talk more about this than I can, but like how this like there's so much like so much Japanese painting and visual art is about like drawing these really like often black and white, like really like sketchy drawings where like there's just lots and lots of empty negative space, which generally you wouldn't see as a European drawing where every single corner has to be filled with something. Sorry, is that what you're saying?
It's like, you mean like Zen painting, basically.
Yeah. And so like, and this is a concept I find like I think Miyazaki really focuses on, and this train scene kind of really like emphasizes. Like we say, we can call this the emotional climax, even though it's the most in a way empty scene in the movie. And it also makes you think of like the skull itself of the river spirit when it rises out of the water, just being purified. It's in an empty white space where the meaning is in a way we have these images in the middle, but like we can only find the meaning in the empty space around the images, and that's like kind of I feel like a really important idea in Spirited Away as a whole.
Yeah, I think a lot of films, it's especially for kids, because kids' films are, at least in the West, but also like everywhere else, like often like really action heavy, because like that things have to happen, it has to be exciting, but like sometimes forget, and like many like films even outside of animation forgets this too, that like calmness and serenity are emotions too, and they are important emotions, and they can feel like something is done in a very satisfying way. It's a sort of like catharsis that's not bombastic in any way.
Yeah, and it's interesting with Spirited Away, because with Spirited Away we think of this movie as like a lot of people like think of it like, you know, as more quote unquote like, you know, less crazy active, or like, you know, less than like, you know, like these like Western animated movies. But like in a way that's not true. I mean, the Spirited Away follows this kind of dream logic where thing after thing after thing after thing happens. There is so much plot in this movie, it's kind of absurd for a 2-hour movie. But from this, if we also need a dream logic in that regard, like as in like we can't really understand the events as kind of progressing after each other in the same traditional like structure. We have to like kind of understand them as like, you know, free associated, instead of moving from one idea to the next. We also have to we can also like think of it from a psychoanalytic perspective, right? When you look at a dream, you're not trying to say, oh, you went to the store in this dream. That's because you're hungry. You want to eat food. You're trying to find the space in between. You're trying to find the lack, the question, the things where things aren't. What isn't in the movie? What are we missing?
Yeah.
The manifest dream content is just the images, but there's a latent content to it always. Yeah, some desire-driven or motivated meaning behind these images of the dream. At least in like, you know, the influential Freud texts on dream interpretation.
And that's why I think a lot of people misinterpret Spirited Away and don't understand what it's trying to do. They like kind of see it as just like this pure, it's you know, the world is dirty and we have to purify it in a way, right? That's like the simple, easy reading that like makes most sense. You just follow the plot exactly, right? And then if you do that, you will be like get self-confident and be able to like, you know, make your parents not get eaten as pigs.
But really never needs to be purified.
Yeah.
I wanted to say something about how the water and the vast expanse of the emptiness of the surroundings of the train really draws inward the attention of the viewer, because there's no externalities. There's nothing external to draw your attention. So all of your attention is directed inward towards Chihiro, towards the characters that are within the train. There is nothing to distract you. It's all the internal things that are going on with those characters that is your attention is being drawn to, because of the lack of everything else outside of it.
I think that's really fascinating too, and I'm gonna make a very cliched like comparison, because the metaphor, like, it reminds me of a womb, where like there's water and you're surrounded, you're kind of isolated from the outside world as you're being transported back to like a place of origin. This kind of metaphorically seems to work out here. But I want to say one thing: there is stuff outside the window. Like, if we look in scenes where the train is traveling, there's things flashing outside the window. Sometimes like a neon sign, or like you see some kind of like house or sky or whatever. But it's like not distracting, which is right. I think there's like just a muffled sense of impressions from outside that is barely the thing.
And this is another example of how like the significance doesn't arrive from intention, because and this is a direct quote from Miyazaki, by the way. He said, "Most people who remember the first time they took the train all by themselves remember nothing of the landscapes, because they are so focused on the ride itself. So to express that, there had to be no view from the train. I had created the conditions for it in the previous scenes when it rains and the landscape is covered in water. I did that without knowing the reason until I arrived at the train scene, at which moment I said to myself, how lucky that I made an ocean."
It's just wonderful to see this film as like a result of an insanely artistic mind just subconsciously concocting everything.
Yeah, and like, what a line, by the way. How lucky that I made an ocean. Like,
there's also something so significant to like the apocalypticness of the landscape, where it's like complete like water all around, but then there's just the tiniest little outcroppings of land where someone's like made a house or a small town.
Yeah, and just like the little girl at the station, we can speculate endlessly about like, who lives out there? And the water, an actual place, or is it just like an afterlife? And we can continue doing that forever.
So insanely tranquil. It's so peaceful. There's like no huge waves. It's all just quiet.
Yeah, have you seen the read the manga or seen the show Yokohama Shopping Log? It really like there's a lot of like like feels a lot like that. Like a lot of that whole post-apocalyptic, that post Japanese economic crash, and then like the anxieties about like global warming started happening in the late 90s, where there's like this idea of like a world, just like a tranquil world without people. I mean, but there are people here, but in a way they're like almost like non-people, and like they're faded away. They're like memories, images, reflections of people, and we just kind of drift through that space, trying to find a self, a meaning, a community, without really finding one. And it's like it's such a weird emotion in the scene. Like, you don't, is it tranquil? Is it melancholic? Is it depressing? Is it empowering?
I think the answer is it's tranquil.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
But you're right, there is like this weird deep sense of returning to a place home, but a home that is foggy and lost and repressed, and also maybe doesn't exist, and you're just in this like spiritual floating identities searching a journey. Like, you're really in transition and you don't know where it leads. And this scene captures this powerfully.
I think it comes back to like the liminal space and the emotional context of it. Like once again, like there's always this pang of strange nostalgia when going from somewhere to somewhere else, and like just being in the moment of being in between, and like away from both your origin point and your destination, but still somewhere. And that's exactly what the feeling that this fantastic 2-minute sequence evokes so incredibly well. But like the train ride can't last forever, and neither can this podcast. And we could do a whole episode just on this scene, which we kind of are, because like it's such a linchpin of what the movie is trying to do. But at any rate, they get off the train and at Swamp Bottom, and they walk this path towards Cenobus' house, and then a funny little lamp guy shows up, which, by the way, you can kind of argue that's a like shout out to the Pixar lamp. One foot like jumping around Yeah,
it kind of looks
I
like
think
it.
it might
It
be.
turns around and looks at you like,
Yeah.
Yeah, and like John Lasseter was like the big champion of Ghibli films in the United States, and which, by the way, Pixar also in Toy Story 3. There's a Totoro plush. That's a character in the movie. It never speaks, of course, but
That's
like I like to imagine that like it is a little reference to like the people who championed his films abroad.
It's funny how Miyazaki just suddenly like bouncing things. Like this, and then you got the you get the little scarecrow man in Howl's Moving Castle next.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you also have the head. They're all bones bouncing all the time.
It's just so easy to animate. You just move the cell up and down. You barely have to do any of the work. You know, it's
it's just a lovely little detail.
Okay,
but yeah,
on topic of bouncing and moving things, I just want to say, I think we missed this entire time. It's like missing the forest for the trees, but the forest is everything moves so well. Like the little soot sprites walking around, the heads bouncing, everything is so fucking joyous and delightful. Everything moves in very wonderful ways. The frogs, the frogmen, the ducks that were bathing in the bathtubs, everything so nice. I don't know, like we didn't really talk about that, but it's so wonderful.
All the detail and the gratuitous motion that like they're not necessary at all for the scene, but just makes it feel so alive. That's the Ghibli signature.
Yeah, and all the different ways in which Chihiro herself moves, like how she like slowly crawls down the stairs the first time she's going down to the boiler room until she falls into like the running as fast as she can, or when she clings onto Haku, which is like where she's a little different than her clinging onto her mother in the first scene, and then like walking through the when she walks up the bathhouse, or she walks down like a completely different motion. Just every single like step in the entire movie feels like a completely new emotion.
The one I appreciate the most is the way they animate a dragon form Haku like flying, where it's that kind of like really like sporadic, weird and inconsistent like moving, because it's that kind of old style dragon that's in like Chinese and Japanese folklore. Is they're meant to move by like grasping onto the clouds, so it's almost like Haku's like randomly grabbing off bits of the air as opposed to actually like just flying smoothly like normal. I really like the way it looks.
Man. If we're just gushing about fun little details, I have a whole list of these, mostly just the little bits of like magic and weirdness that are just there just to be there. Like the way when someone casts a spell, it always like kind of makes sense how they do it. I distinctly like Haku when he first runs into Chihiro and is like, "You should run away. I'll hold them off." And all that's there is just like the clouds are gathering and night is falling, and he turns around and blows these like petals in towards it, and there's this like glassy sound, like a shattering glass, and it's never explained. It's he's doing magic. Holy shit!
Yeah.
And there's anyone notice that Yubaba's like phone in her office is a skull? She's literally talking to a skull at one point about the no face guest or something.
Yeah.
Either that or it was the stink spirit that was arriving, and she's
both
like,
times. Yeah, she does with the skull.
Yeah.
Skull
the way that the little paper bird that survived and clung onto Chihiro, how that becomes like the source of the like projection of Zeniba, and when it's shattered, she is too. And we don't need to like understand the exact mechanism. We get it. Oh my god, she's connected with. Of course, that's how it works.
Wow.
Yeah, it's magic. I just love those little details. They really feel like someone had fun, imagining it. It's so good. And of course, the lamp, the jumping little lamp that did not have to be there at all. There was no reason except it was fun. It was a fun little idea.
I actually have a thing about the lamp, because I feel like the obvious comparison is Will o' the Wisp. These forest creatures that supposedly lead people to get lost and like get lost in the forest, and they can't ever find their way out, and they've been led down this impossible pathway by these fairy type creatures, Will o' the Wisps.
Good comparison, because it's literally bringing them to a witch's hut, right? I mean, just a good witch.
Yeah, but like something. Yeah, we've already discussed the Zeniba and her place and its significance, but I think it's really interesting how the very first thing that happens when they arrive there, and again the movie's still taking the deep breaths that started with the train sequence. So it's like really quiet and calm. The first thing she tells them is basically, "Oh, the plot is over. Like, oh, you came here to like ask forgiveness for Haku, and like purge him of the like poison in his body. You already did that, actually. That wasn't mine.
You already did that, by the way.
Yeah,
now let's
you're
chill.
done. Like, so,
Hero, you don't need to leave now. Just chill. We're making this thing here.
Yeah. I mean, but Chihiro can't chill. I mean, she sits there, like, you see her, like, sitting on the chair, just, like,
she
her
has no
body's
chill.
so tense. She needs to, she has to save Haku. Like, it's all on her mind at this point. She doesn't believe Zeniba. She needs, like, her whole existence, like, at this point is, like, just seems to be primed to, like, trying to help those, like, people
she
around
wants
her.
to help Haku. She needs to, and she needs to help her parents, because if that's over, like, she has, like, her name, and she should be able to like help them. But and importantly, Zeniba, who has like really quickly established herself as like a wise and kind figure, mainly in the way she like treats No Face and the other like two tag along guests. Like she's just so patient and kind and understanding with them, and knows what they need, and what they need is just to like eat some cookies, have some tea, and just like do a little, thread work.
And there's both Bo and No Face are the characters who have spent the whole movie imprinting on Chihiro, like getting their ideas about their self-actualization from watching Chihiro's journey. And what Zeniba does is she has them make her a little hair thing. So it's like this interesting like moment of just like this need to give back, this need to make something, need to create something, and just do something beautiful for those around you, right?
Also has my favorite bit of animation in the whole film, just this weird little shot of No Face just eating a slice of cake by himself, like in the kind of the corner of the frame, just solemnly like eating a piece of cake and then like staring at the empty plate.
He looks
so
sad.
ties into like the whole like thing with food and consumption in the movie, where there's this distinction between the like significant and necessary or like heartfelt like sharing of something like medicine and the onigiri rice balls that are made to like restore your energy, and of course these like cookies and pie and tea from a kindly grandma after you've come a long way, that are so different in significance from the mindless consumption of the parents just eating at the buffet, and of course No Face just gorging on everything and never being filled up.
But it's also so like plain and modest.
I don't think No Face has a credit card. So
No Face has a credit card. He can create gold out of nothing. That's a fucking.
And
credit
just like
card.
with credit cards, it's not even real actual wealth.
It falls apart. That's I'm gonna be sure that it's somewhat intentional. Holy shit, that's good actually.
Something that also interests me about this is how Miyazaki he talks in interviews about how several times, specifically around the making of this movie, that he was unsure of his place, of Studio Ghibli's place in the world, right? Because if you thought that like, of course they have to make money and feed the people, but he's like that's like our goal, right? To make money so I can like help my employees out and have them eat. He's like, but I also find TV animation to be destructive and consumptive and make like really bad for kids. I wish kids could only watch like one movie every 10 years and be inspired by that kind of thing. So it's interesting that this kind of like different ways of consumption almost feel like different expressions, different ways of approaching his own art, his own all these different ways of like showing off these all the ways the characters eat are the ways that he sees people, he sees himself interacting with the work of Studio Ghibli, with the stuff where it could just be a bunch of a set of like crazy exciting journeys which we all just shove in our mouth and get our credit cards out and do it, or we could really carefully cut a piece of cake and slowly put it in our mouth and then regard it like mournfully like No Face does. And it I think it speaks to that kind of like anxiety Miyazaki has over the effect his art is having on the world.
So you're saying Chihiro's dad is a Love Life fan?
True.
Yeah, but as I was saying, this kindly grandmother Zeniba, who like declares herself to like be the polar opposite of her sister, which again ties into this whole like duality, but both like the duality of like femininity, but also like Miyazaki has described Zeniba like as the domestic version of the workaholic Yubaba.
Yeah, but also,
you know, like Yubaba, if you took a few chill pills and like spun some thread instead of like collecting gems and managing the workplace and cuddling her gigantic ass toddler.
But also, there's been this constant comparison by both Miyazaki and others that Yubaba / Zeniba is Miyazaki, or rather is Suzuki. Because both of them are kind of like the leaders of the Ghibli thing, and Miyazaki's like, well, at first I said it was just Suzuki because that's kind of what he is. He's like scary at the workplace, and then at home he gets like gentle and like caring. And then Miyazaki said something later, but later I realized, you know, it's actually kind of also me. It's me. I'm like Miyazaki's known to be like somewhat of an angry like tyrant at work, but like being really domineering in his projects, like a bit bullying his younger animators when they do something he doesn't like. But at home, he's like the most gentle, caring person who'll sit down and read the shoujo manga the 10-year-olds that have been hanging out at his like vacation residence have left behind just to see what the kids are into these days. Like really caring. And he said like kind of there's like this duality of like between how you are at home and how you are at work in most people. So we again return to Spirited Away also having heavy like themes about the workplace.
Yeah, there's almost like a definite thing within the movie, like we say, like not just because of the character designs, but like Zenibaba and Yubaba are like basically just two halves of the exact same person who have just been like stretched across this. And like we say, there was even the thing with the seal inside Haku, and you thought it was Zenibaba's, but it was Yubaba's. So it's almost like you can't even like really differentiate their will within what's happening in the events. They're basically like just the two split personalities that like they kind of have to contend with the real world, because like we say, the bathhouse is like a place of work, like it's an adult world, and Miyazaki knows that he kind of has to live there, and he has to kind of be a bit ruthless like Yubaba sometimes, but ultimately there's still part of him that like lingers to just be quiet by himself in like a nice farm.
I think that brings us back to a couple of things. First of all, there's we get back the Jungian, like, you know, consuming mother, devouring mother, where we like Zeniba is like, you know, basically perfectly kind, right, in like almost all ways. But I mean, if she's
well, she was about to kill Haku earlier.
Well, yeah, exactly. She was about to kill Haku. I mean, she also like is like, you know, she's like vengeful and like, you know, protect her and stuff. But it's her reflection and Yubaba, like, you know, as basically almost entirely that thing. I mean, Yubaba also shows kindness at points, and Zenibaba, of course, with the trying to kill you, Haku shows like the violence, and it's like this kind of, you can't escape the kind of duality between compassion and kindness and this kind of, you know, dangerous violence. I think that's like a way like trying to show that like this isn't some kind of like, oh, there's scary people out there, witches out there, but that's everyone's cave. It's just, it's everyone, in every expression of kindness, of there is this kind of split danger that goes on. This world. I mean, the world is a dangerous place, and Spirited Away it depicts a world that you can't really just get away with compassion. I mean, Chihiro kind of does, but like the whole time she's like at the edge of getting, you know, dying, getting turned to a pig and eaten, or like getting a radish spirit to, you know, squash her.
Yeah, and like part of it is like Zeniba is still part of the spirit world, so there's still like rules around her, like steal my seal and I will fuck you up. Like that's just how it works. But like, but it makes me think of like, no bad feelings or anything.
It makes me think of it this way, like if we think about the story of like the Kohaku river spirit being like the mythological entity who betrayed his father-in-law, the earth spider, we can think of like Zeniba and Yubaba as these kind of, you know, hegemonic figures, these Japanese conquerors who like went in and like took all these like different cultural entities and stomped them down and mowed over with their own kind of Japanese identity. I mean, there's a reason why they both live in like why they both their areas are like a European area, European, of course, like the Meiji bathhouse with like the Victorian-esque upper floors where Yubaba lives, and then like the old like Eastern European hut of Zeniba, and both of them kind of exist in this kind of colonial framework. So we can't the happiness and peace of Zeniba, I don't think is it's there as like an image, as like a dream, as like a memory that we could have of a possible, happy world, but it at the same time betrays this kind of, I think, scary violence that underscores literally all the elements of Spirited Away, and this kind of colonizing gaze that it takes.
I think that helps me understand something about the ending, which I'm probably gonna be mentioning.
Just a couple of things about this cinema. As I mentioned, like she gives like No Face some actual like significance in his life, like something to do and not just consume or give out.
Unalienated labor is what we're experiencing here. You don't use magic.
Unalienated labor.
You don't use magic, but you work like with your hands, authentic stuff.
Yeah. Absolutely, and like the same with little cute Fat Rat Bo. Fat Rat Bo is his rapper name.
Yes.
The
best rapper name.
Who also like just gets to like do something, be active, but she also gives Chihiro like two important things, kind of three. Like the first important thing is she tells her. And this is a very significant line that we've been going back to again and again, that like some things, like once you've met someone, you can't really forget them, even if
everything that happens stays inside you, even if you don't remember.
Yeah. Like it's translated I think in the like Netflix subtitles say some things are never forgotten, even if you can't remember them.
Yeah. Okay. Also good.
Yeah. Which is also which is really concise, and I would argue like basically ties the whole movie together. But I'll get to that a bit later.
The
second thing is okay. But the second thing she also does is she tells Chihiro, just stay here and wait a little longer. Like, I understand that you're worried, and that like it's good that you're worried, and like she has this really understanding gaze when Chihiro like starts breaking down in front of her, and she's like, but like right now, sometimes even when things are rough, what you actually like really need isn't to do a lot of things, but just to wait, because what she gets from waiting is the little hairband, which is the most powerful magic item in the whole fucking movie. It doesn't do anything, but it's more powerful than everything else because it is, like, first of all, made by like these people who have a relationship to her, and it's a memento, and as she says, like, some things you can never forget. No curse can make you like truly forget, and that's why it's also like the one thing that she physically keeps from that world. And then Haku shows up and everything's cool.
Then they have a very sentimental moment, and then they fall in love.
Yeah.
But yeah,
and as she said, like, you don't really forget it, and we talked about this earlier also, this realization of, wait a minute, like, I don't have this memory quite, but my parents told me. And like often that can actually create a memory in us, even if we don't actually remember. Like,
not even just the parents told her. I mean, she experienced it, and it was like probably a formative, traumatic moment. But you forget it, but it remains in your unconscious, right? It's the same as psychoanalysis. There's some trauma which you experience in childhood, which may form your entire outlook on life, with you even forgetting the traumatic event, like as a young child. That's kind of like
crazy.
The main thesis.
It feels also very similar to like waking up after knowing you have dreamed something very significant, or like had a dream where you fell in love with someone, or had a dream where you experienced something very traumatic, but you don't remember the actual dream or what happened.
But you still feel it really hard.
Feeling. Yeah.
And of course, this is also the Miyazaki classic of flight and moving through the sky, being like, and a like romantic-esque, like it's not clear how romantic it is, but like still like a bonding between like a guy and a girl.
There's a reason why Haku is a hunk. Let's be honest here.
But they leave No Face behind to work there because, as we talked about earlier during No Face's arc, No Face is someone who takes kind of like an imprint from the environment, so like a child, and Zeniba presents a better environment for this child to grow up. I guess, you
could say No Face is all nurture and no nature.
Yeah, 100%. Absolutely perfect. But yeah, Thunder, you said there's a reason Haku's a hunk. Yeah, it's true. Miyazaki said it. Because Chihiro is ugly, he says. That's why he needed a pretty boy. This is not a joke. This is a fucking quote.
Yeah, he's also androgynous. Yeah,
he's perfectly on the line just between I think that femme and mask, just enough to get all the
pretty clear the reason he's attractive is because he's the object of desire for Chihiro. I mean,
and the world is the.
I mean, he's a dragon, so
yeah, that's true.
It's probably fun.
He doesn't want that dragon BF.
Also, he's like 1,000 years old, so it's kind of creepy, you know, with a 10-year-old. I don't know how good this is, but weird.
You could see like you could see like Kamaji as like a stand-in for Miyazaki, who's like immediately, it's obviously her boyfriend. Like they're come on, they're in love. It's true love. That's just how it is.
Yeah,
you know?
Love.
And like it's kind of weird because he's old, but he doesn't give a fuck. Which this is also from the book on the movie by Andrew Osmond, that actually like some of the staff think that like the specific cut where Chihiro switches out her like hairband was a bit in their words etchy. It was a bit too sensual, and Miyazaki insisted on like doing that whole thing like on his own. But like Miyazaki doesn't give a fuck. He just like he just doesn't care what.
Telling him in his old room, let me just work on this sensual experience of a 10-year-old.
I was going to say with Haku,
his staff is criticizing him, and Miyazaki just replies like, "Okay, did you know that lolicon is actually nothing to do with pedophilia? It's actually quite sophisticated art."
Oh no, he went on the whole rant. That's always a bad move. That's terrible PR.
Thanks, Miyazaki.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say that, like, it seems to me she's actually, you know, not to imply anything about Chihiro's character, but, you know, she always seems way more affectionate to dragon form Haku than, you know, just generic pretty boy, human Haku, you know.
I mean, she's really rubbing him
down. Maybe there's a weird
now.
undertone there, yeah.
He's phallic.
Yeah.
Well, he's scaling.
I think we're all kind of getting tired and just.
No. We're closing in on the end here.
I just need to let the new viewers know we took breaks doing this podcast. This is a long one. We've been at it. I think we're all kind of melting. But let's focus for the rest of it.
Yes. So she falls through the air with her dragon boyfriend, who turns out to be a river boyfriend. That's and even a childhood friend, which is like. Even better.
Blessed.
Absolutely blessed. So like,
which she does not remember.
I'm not sure there's anything extra we haven't already touched on, aside from how this could also be seen as like, well, he was a river that apparently got like dried out later on.
Which is drained.
He doesn't have a home.
Yeah, through urbanization or whatnot. And this is a recurring theme in like different Ghibli movies, like most, especially Pompoko, obviously.
Yeah,
but
he's
not the only dried.
Because why he's a ghost, because he's still haunting, because he hasn't actually had like a resolution to.
And he's forgotten his name.
The river he was supposed to be attached to, and like that's where Chihiro. This is where Chihiro's self-actualization comes from. She remembers her own name. That's like a big moment. But what's really important is her ability to give someone else a name, because this is what Miyazaki says, like in his interviews. Like name is important. Words are important. You have power of people. You create the world around you, and she gives Haku the power to be happy, to then himself get, because Haku gave her name and she gave him his name. And through that, they are able to self-actualize. They are able to rebel against this structure, against the work structure, against the colonial structure, against the urbanization, against all the different like communal methods which are trying to repress, which are trying to paint over the past, paint over like these worlds, and in that moment, that's why Haku, like either you see this moment where his eyes get wide, like when she says his name, and the scales break out, and he just looks in utter joy, and like there's like
it's so great.
There's no moment of freedom more like exhilarating in the movie than that one.
Yeah, that like do you think maybe they should have called this movie Your Name?
Oh my god. Oh my god! I just realized we never talked about the title of the movie, Spirited Away. Sen to Chihiro no Kamikushi?
Kamikushi basically means
Kamikakushi,
yeah. The spiriting away part we never talked about. Thandi, you posted before we started the cast, you posted a little snippet that I also read about what the thing means, the being spirited away. I think this is perfect to say it now before we get to the conclusion of the being unspirited away.
Okay, I'll read the quote that I posted.
Probably
The truth of Kamikakushi could have been a runaway disliking a village life, longing for urban city or elopement. The veil of Kamikakushi conveniently situates a runaway in the realm of deity. Kamikakushi hides not only a person, but also the truth behind the escapee. Kamatsu further comments that Kamikakushi is a verdict of social death in this world, and that coming back from Kamikakushi meant social resurrection. Kamikakushi may be said to be a horrible experience of the other world, and at the same time, a time of rest as a social being. So, like in this way, like we
and that is from the article by Noriko Reider, right?
Yeah, but it's taken from Komatsu though, who is a Japanese writer.
Yeah, but this part is taken from Komatsu.
So this is really interesting because it is said that like it used to be kind of an excuse for like when a child runs away from their parents, the parents would like say, "Oh, she's or he's kamikakushi," which means she's taken by spirits or something. And then after a while, they come back, and then it is presumed that they had like a spiritual experience. But it's actually like used to like ideologically hide like the real reason why someone would want to run away from their house. And this, as Thundy said, correctly quoted, it could be because of like disliking the village life and wanting to be urban. This is of course a theme in a lot of anime where young people don't want to be part of like the stupid Inaka village and want to go to the city, or want to run away because of other problems.
So how does it tie into Spirited Away? What's your thesis on this?
Because of course Chihiro is Kamikakushi in this whole story. So she has obviously some kind of like problem. This comes back to what we were talking about at the battle start, like some kind of alienation problem, dissatisfaction with her current way of life. It's not just that she's engulfed by these spirits and this just happens to her. It only happens to her because she has this reason to elope, this reason to wanting to go away from the stupid, mundane, nuclear family life, this alienated existence. And then she comes back, right? It's also kind of a floating world. I don't know if anyone is familiar with that term, but it is what the term ukiyo-e comes from. Pictures of the floating world, the very famous Japanese Edo era prints, and they depict a sort of very temporal, very ephemeral time of enjoyment, of partying, of a very very temporal and sublime sort of existence of pure joy.
But also very materialistic, right? That was like kind of the whole idea.
Yeah, sort of. It was a very like pop culture kind of idea at this time. Now it's seen as like high art, but at the time, ukiyo-e was like super pop cultural, and like the higher officials of the shogunate would say that it's like kind of degenerate and annoying and bad.
So the way I understand it, it's like the idea there's a fantasy of the floating world where there's worldly pleasures and desires can be fulfilled, and there's always like this dark underbelly to it, which is like the real like separation between the classes and like the image of bridges.
Yeah, it is very sublime. But the most important element of the floating world is of course that it's temporary, right? You can't stay in the floating world. It's not like a place where you can just reside and live in. You always have to travel there and then come back, and then travel again and then come back, and then travel again and then come back.
Bridges over water, like the traditional image associated with the floating world.
Yeah, you literally had. I mean, the floating world often was used to refer to the pleasure district, where you had to literally walk over a bridge because it was on the opposite side of the river in Tokyo from the main district where people lived, and like also there were lots of bathhouses there and lots of places for prostitution. Like. I think it's very clearly referenced in that regard.
So thinking about the floating world, kind of, we see the bathhouse as kind of like really explicit kind of imagery of the floating world. That is like a house of pleasure. But instead of looking at the flashy side of the spectacle, we're looking at the underbelly, at the labor behind it, kind of, right?
Yeah, definitely. I had a bit of a revelation earlier where the images of the bathhouse were really kind of reminiscent of the images in ukiyo-e of the Yoshiwara. And the Yoshiwara is a sort of like the most sublime pleasure district in all of Edo and thus in all of Japan. It is like depicted in all of the famous ukiyo-e pictures at the time. Not all of them, but like it's basically kind of the place where dreams come true.
Where there's prostitutes and cages ready to be consumed.
Yeah, it's really bad if you look at it from a feminist perspective. But back then it was like, oh, if you want real pleasure, if you want the real like floating world experience, you have to go here. And it was depicted very sublimely and very beautifully. And in the same way, the bathhouse is kind of portrayed in this super pretty, super sublime kind of thing.
But also kind of gaudy and
yeah, also kind of gaudy. The Yoshiwara was very gaudy. Again, this was very pop cultural. This wasn't like a
nightlife, you could call it.
Yeah, nightlife. No.
But it was where like big officials and shoguns and so on got to get their pleasures off as well.
Yeah, definitely. They wouldn't say so, of course. They would never like come clean about that to their contemporaries, but they did do that, and it's kind of a funny story. I could even go on about Shunga, but that's not really related,
that would probably kill the scope of it. But I think this ties neatly back into the idea of, well, there is this cultural legacy of Japan, which is also ukiyo-e, which is also the floating world. But the floating world has like this materialistic underbelly. There's a floating fantasy to it all, to this sublime pleasure, but also always like the subjugation of women, the violence committed, the labor required to do this. And it's like a floating fantasy. And I guess like Chihiro goes through the floating world and goes deeper to something more behind it, and then she returns.
I feel like Miyazaki in this film and everyone who's worked on it definitely depicts a way more like realistic depiction of the floating world, because of course for the you have to understand that this ukiyo-e movement was very male driven and patriarchal, right? It's just men who are looking at this in this way. It's like, oh, it's so cool, you're going to the Yoshiwara, you're having fun. But for the people who actually do it, so the Kamachis and the actual people who have to work for it, the floating world doesn't really exist. It's just their everyday existence. It's their experience that's often painful and often very intensive.
And not always fun.
That's strange. That sounds vaguely like the relationship between an animation studio and its audience.
Yeah. So I think how Spirited Away depicts it is kind of a duality of on the one hand depicting this kind of like floating world sublime element of it, but also then pulling back the curtain and looking at like who actually produces this and where does it actually come from, and how are the labor relations. And maybe not for everyone involved is this such like a sublime and pleasureful experience, you know.
And I think to go a little bit back to the idea of being spirited away after we've taken this little detour to the floating world.
No, I think we're reaching like the conclusion.
Exactly.
Because that's a really good reading of the movie.
That's where I'm going now. The spiriting away. So as we said, Chihiro had some discontent with her position in the world and with her parents and so on, and it led her to be spirited away. The kind of like, and this is kind of my thesis about the ending. The kind of transformative thing that happens to her parents is she sees her parents being like disgusting pigs, eating and gorging themselves. She disapproves. She sees them in this environment, and then she is spirited away. And what happens to her on this journey in which she transforms? Why does she recognize her parents again And the question is, which of those pigs is your parents? And she says, none of them. I think because she's realized something, that even in her parents, there's this duality, like between Yubaba and Zeniba, that they aren't all bad, that they aren't just pigs, that they aren't just consumers, that they are in a sense created by their environment, that they are a result of their culture, that she herself is a result of culture. And saying that none of these pigs are my parents means as much as I understand my parents aren't actually pigs, so my cognition changes and my spiriting away, my discontent is sort of resolved with a new kind of perspective on who people are. That's kind of my read on why the pigs aren't even there.
I believe that was almost a direct quote from Miyazaki. He said something along the lines of she simply just stopped seeing her parents as animals, as beasts, and as more like, I guess, like real people. And I think that's a pretty interesting interpretation.
Yeah,
I've quite
that's a good reason.
Do you have something to say on that, Platon? Because I have a couple of takes on the scene as well.
I just wanted to mention that that's a huge part of growing up, so I can definitely see if that's part of your reading why you would definitely call this a coming of age story, even as Miyazaki doesn't.
Yeah,
I also just think that the reason why their parents weren't there is as just a pure, like, she loses her parents because she needs to have a way of self-actualizing without them as like a security blanket, and now like she's gotten to the place where she doesn't need to exist with her parents. Her parents, she's now no longer a part of her parents in a way, right? She's not an outgrowth. She's not a pure reflection of them. She is like experienced the world on her own as an individual, like, and just moved between community to community in like this new kind of way. So if the conclusion was, oh, here are my parents, now I can leave, then she would not be seeing excuse me. It would kind of take away from her ability to exist without her parents, right? Because she has to be able to leave the place on her own. Because she entered with her parents, she has to leave alone. And she doesn't meet them until she gets to the other side, until she crosses the river again.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I had another interpretation of this, and this to me feeds back into all the clear examples of like magical thinking throughout the movie, in which like things are never like properly explained, and characters kind of come to like conclusions again on this like magical thinking of just like this intuitive thing. Like she knows right at the beginning of the film that it's like there's something wrong with just eating the food before her. Like we say, it's almost that childlike innocence of like, you're not supposed to eat food that's not given to you, and her parents just ignore it because they kind of like they feel like they're adults, they know better. But then she doesn't, and then there's all other examples like she just knows that the magical dumpling she's given will make the other characters better, even though she has no idea how it works or what it even really is. She just knows, just eat it and it will make you better. Just this kind of like associative like intuition to everything. And so at the end, it's kind of like her fully mastering this like adult world, and she's grown up and she realizes that her parents aren't here, not kind of just in a magical way, but in a way she realizes that like by playing Yubaba's game, by like going by her rules, she's like already damning herself, so she understands the adult world enough and its rules to just simply understand that like I can just walk away, like my parents aren't here because this is like a rigged choice from the start. Almost maybe like a really standing of independence in the face of like a crushing business where they give you a bad hours or something, and it's just like simply walk away, like you're doing better for yourself to just not play by their game.
I think there's one thing I just noticed kind of while we were talking about this. There's a kind of parallel between Chihiro recognizing that her parents aren't there and Yubaba just not at all recognizing Bo in his rat form. Like that's kind of a way that like Chihiro demonstrates like that she's like better than Yubaba.
Well, because like we say, Yubaba is like almost immature in how she's split off from Zenibaba. She's like conflicted, but like Chihiro is more of like, I guess, a whole person, not like dividing herself. You could say Chihiro is almost seeing with eyes unclouded.
Yes.
Yeah. Man, wow. These things that like end up being like the core themes of earlier Miyazaki works turn up in different works. Who knew?
Yes. Amazing. Fascinating. At the end, again, we talked a lot about the little spirit rules, but at the end it's like leaving. Don't look back. So this kind of specific rule of not looking back interested me. Why not? What's about looking back that is the issue here? I'm just wondering because I have no clue at this point.
Yeah. And no, I think it's once again one of the cases where is it an actual fairy rule, like Orpheus and Eurydice, or is it or is it just like a thing like don't look back because you have to go kind of thing?
Because it's hard to say goodbye or leave it behind you. Or,
Well,
I don't
I
know.
see it this way, right? So a big part of fantasy and like anime as a whole, right, is like this kind of concept of escapism. Like you do the thing, and then you get to get away from your work for a little bit, and then you get to be happy, but it's really just still exploiting you, still working on that same kind of method of just it's just a temporary relief, but really in just temporary relieving you're not actually taking anything out of it, and just further like alienating yourself. I think a quote like that is about that kind of thing. You can't just look back and be like, let me remember the times I had exciting journeys in my thing. No, this you have to internalize the meanings, the world, the ideas, and put forward. You have to take this into the real world and make yourself being able to experience what in an unalienated way, in a real way, in a human way.
That's exactly what the floating world is about as well, right? The floating world is just a place where you can go, but you can't make any progress or do anything. It's just an escape. It's just pure escapism. So
this kind of ties back into something that I talked a lot about in our episode about Porco Rosso, which is that I don't think like Miyazaki's works, they aren't escapist. They're like just filled with yearning for that type of escape from mundanity, from the realities of the real world. But they never like commit to completely escape. Like Miyazaki's worlds, at their heart, they aren't like Chihiro running around in the bathhouse, going on a journey with no face. At their heart, they're Chihiro looking back and staring at that tunnel right at the end. That's where their heart is, and that's why it has to end in that like kind of sad way. Did you have one other thing you wanted to mention?
Indeed, just a quick one as well. The leaves and the dust on the Audi by the end, that implies that a lot of time has passed. I wonder just why exactly did time pass? Like just the idea that this really happened, or...
I have two types of reading on that. One of them is the simple one that because it's fun and magical, and that's just how fucking spirits do. They just like... the other one is that they don't like spring forward in time when they get out. They already went back in time when they like got lost in the forest. So they were already like back in some weird like sense of the past. Like they drove by the the shrines. They drove through this really like this presumably old forest. I think we noticed like a camphor tree somewhere in the background in one of the earliest shots of the film. Like, and they're already there in the past, so this is just them returning to the present.
And we already see that the entrance is now different. It's now all like stony and moss work, and there's no like kind of cheap looking 90s theme park entrance. So it makes us wonder a lot about like what's changed and like the fantasticalness of what's happened. But again, of course, the most important thing is she still has a purple hairband that was given to her. So we know, like in a weird way, like part of it's true, and like if she remembers or not, it's still like with her.
Well, it makes me think of the reference that we kind of neglected to mention from the very beginning of the film. Basically the car ride through the ride. It's kind of like when he says, "Oh, I've got feel 4-wheel drive now," or Dad, and starts going like there's this like exciting music plays, but then Chihiro like looks to the side and sees like a kami, right? She's a statue of a god. And she wonders about it. But this scene is actually a reference to Errol Koenig. I pronounced that terribly, I assume, nerd.
What?
That's fine.
Der Errol Koenig.
Okay, Errol Koenig, by Goethe.
Yeah. I know it through Schubert, but Goethe is the originator. But
so okay, let me overtake this maybe. So there's like in Errol Koenig by Goethe. First of all, just a little tiny history thing. It is one of the first, I guess, poems or ballads about of the like German romantic tradition, or rather before the romantic literary tradition started, and it is also one of the dark romantic traditions, so like the progenitors of like horror and like gothic horror. And in Erlkönig, it is basically that a father and his sickly son are riding through the night trying to get the son to a doctor. And as the son is dying, he looks into the woods and sees like faces and creatures in the woodworks, in the trees and branches, and starts fantasizing, talking to his father about how the Erlkönig, meaning the king of the alder tree or the king of the elves, in whatever translation you want to take, is going to take him. And this is interesting because, of course, like the child is dying in this and they're like transitioning through a forest, and like looking into nature reveals like ideas of the supernatural as sort of like a threshold crossing moment. So I can see the parallels. I would like you to expand on why you think it's explicitly like an Erlkönig reference, but it sounds really interesting to see it from this framework, because in a sense the child is spirited away from the father because it dies.
I believe one of the articles said that Miyazaki said it was explicitly a reference to Erlkönig.
But did we agree that Miyazaki died at the start of this episode?
Oh, true.
Oh shit.
I mean, I think
I'm sure you know, but the reason why is okay. So they're driving through the story. The moment they start driving through the forest, you get Carnival-esque music. Like, and this reminds me of if you've listened to the Schubert song of it, it's like this the piano line is like really like the really bumpy, horse ridey kind of like goofy music. They get the speed through, and then what the child sees Chihiro sees the statue. I think that the moment that she said it was is Bame. That's when the Spirited Away happened. That's when she basically becomes like one. She loses I think that's the moment where she loses her identity, where she like loses this kind of sense of self.
That's also like classic, spirit yokai fairy fuckery. You are already like they already got you way before you think they did.
Yeah, and that's my reading of the ending. Why they're like they're branches and stuff. It's because really what happened is in that moment she kind of like was spirited away. She was changed into another world. There was a moment of she entered a subliminal space by looking into the monster, by looking into the eyes. I remember he says, "Don't stare at the bad spirit." Well, Chihiro stared at the at the statue in the forest. She saw she saw the past. She saw the forgotten past. She saw in the statue. She saw the history of Japan. She saw the economic crash, and I feel like the reason why you see the leaves in the car is because it's a return to the present. But we've gone through all of Japanese history, all of world history up to that point.
That is really interesting. We've gone through all Japanese history. So yeah, in a sense, like we went actually back. We had the crash, which is a period that resulted after materialism, and then the economic crash, of course. Then we went to the floating world, which is also a period marked by the dichotomy between like traditional approaches and materialism. And then we went back to something prior to that, something primal, which is not soiled by, I guess, the capitalist consumerism and so on.
But even that was soiled by the Japanese conquest of the native peoples. It's the only time we ever get to a quote unquote pure original space is at the cottage, which is like the origination in a way, like the beginning of everything. The way the only time we can find a space of purity. But even that is, of course, the anxieties are there.
That's a really fascinating read. It's like a journey back through time. That's wow,
right?
Good, really good.
So I think I'll conclude with like what I got out of the movie.
Perfect.
So what I think this movie is ultimately and centrally about, and it ties into like many, if not every like thematic thread going on, is the way memory and identity are connected within us and within broader cultures. So I'll start from with the very beginning of the film, which is the very first shot. Chihiro we're watching from her point of view, staring at this card she got from her very best friend, whom she's moved away from. It says, of course, her name. It says like, "I'll never forget you," and the flowers, which she quickly like in like a few lines of dialogue later complains are already wilting. This is like a memento, like something physical but it's not as robust as an actual memory. The memento is not lasting. It's already wilting. And we move into to see like other examples of this in a broader way. Like we see the shrines, which are like mementos of a past era, so distant by time instead of like physical space. They are whether they are lasting is a different question altogether. Then there's the through line of liminal spaces in the movie, which starts with, of course, them crossing this threshold into the forest, then through a tunnel, then across a field, across a dried out river, into this city. Then there's the bridge to the bathhouse, and like, at what point does he actually enter the bathhouse is a like kind of open question. That I don't think there's a single move Chihiro makes from one place to the other. Like, there are very few that like isn't like clearly like spelled out, like how she gets from point A to point B. And there's all these in between spaces that are like, a lot of the movie is spent in these spaces, like from the boiler room and the elevator and into all these like long hallways and doors
Flowers.
into your barber's office.
The flower grove is a good one, you know.
Yeah, the flower grove is a great one. You have to pass through that to get to the parents there. And of course, there's like the ultimate example, which is, of course, the train ride, which like takes it to a whole like universal level. Like it's like a quintessential like platonic ideal of a space going between two places. There aren't as much thresholds in this movie as there are like these like areas where you're not where you were, but you aren't where you're going either. And like culturally, there's also these weird, strange liminal spaces, like between in the traditional and the new and urban and industrial, between the Japanese and the non-Japanese. And that's another thing that goes through everything. But even as you move into these liminal spaces, whether that be psychologically, physically, culturally, there's still something that ties you to places you have been or the places you are. We see that like from early in the movie with Haku telling her that she needs to eat something from this place because it tethers her to the place. And in the same way that a great like little onigiri tethers you to who you were as a child, you know, getting those lunch boxes from your parents, and the way like this being in the spirit world for long enough will, like, just 3 days or so, and the human stench will go away. She will still be human, like. We never assume that she'll transform into a spirit unless like she gets transformed into a pig, but like she will lose that like human scent that people identify her through, and those things that like tie you to places are there with you even as you leave them. Chihiro still has her like old clothes and her old shoes, even as she becomes accustomed to her like work clothes and working barefoot. And so there's a lot of things about us that we can change, things that we can take in, consume, that are significant and tied to space, or just like us insignificant and just like you're just gorging on something for no reason. And there are things we can like purge ourselves of, like old pollution from an older time where something went bad, or like a curse someone else put on you. You can like regurgitate that, throw it out of yourself, and still, like, with all of that, there are still some things that are never forgotten. That's the most important line in the movie. Is the one that there's some things that are never forgotten, even if you can't remember it, or some things, they stay inside you even if you forget them. And there are like a few things like that. Your like name, the identity, the what you are like deep down, is something that can never truly go away or be forgotten. Like, you can't take someone's name away permanently, even with magic. And why is that? Well, that's because there are other people like the people in your life and the relationships you make, those are part of you as well. Even the things you can't remember, like her relationship with the river from her childhood, her relationship to her parents, which allows her not to like forget who they are, even as they've been pigs for a while. And it's the same thing. Like that's how it is personally for Chihiro, how she learns that. But I think it's also the movie posits something cultural about it. There are some things like about, let's say, Japan and Japaneseness that are never go away. Even if you forget all the signifiers, even if you forget all the names of all the gods and all the shrines are overgrown, and even if the bubble bursts and people get poorer and, you know, wild grasses take over, there's still some lingering cultural memory. And that's much more powerful than any sort of magic or any sort of cultural upheaval can truly remove or take away. And I think that's why the movie ends the way it does. Chihiro leaves that place that, in a way, the entire film has been taking place in this broader liminal space of the spirit world, where spirits arrive only to leave later. And Chihiro arrives, has all the experiences, and then leaves. And like, there's this implication that she will forget them. Like, of course, Haku tells her, like, no, I'll never forget you, but just don't look back. But there's this wistfulness when he lets go of her hand and removes it out of frame, and we stand there for a beat, recognizing that he may actually just be forgotten like the rest of it. But some things are never forgotten, even if you can't remember them. And she still has that purple hairpin, and she still has a like different look in her eyes as they drive away. And I think like that's what ties like everything in the movie together, is that exact message.
Yeah, that reminds me of there was a production note about they wanted to originally end the film with No Face destroying the bathhouse as like a big elaborate sequence, but then due to cutbacks and stuff, they changed that. But in the end, Miyazaki still said he didn't want to destroy the bathhouse, and he said it specifically because he said he felt bad for all the old tired gods, and he felt they deserved a place to relax. You know, maybe seeing that in himself. But I think it also like comes down to something even more, where it's like the bathhouse, yeah, has all these problems, and it represents this kind of like capitalist space where like people have to like work to live. But it also, again, it's made up of this weird mesh of cultural traditions and ideas that will like still be around. That even if it gets modernized and like new things come around and people kind of forget it, it will still kind of always be there. The bathhouse is still standing by the end of the movie, very purposefully.
I think we can bring an interesting callback to the Laputa cast in that case, because I do distinctly remember talking about something similar when it came to the Laputa, the floating castle in the sky. So in a similar way, in a similar way, like the destructive influences were stripped from it, and the iconic part of it could still exist with the destructive influences stripped away. And Miyazaki didn't really want to destroy that. He didn't want to leave that in ruins. He wanted to keep some memory of it alive, and try and take away the parts of it that were destructive.
In the sense of the bathhouse, I think we really couldn't really take away the destructive parts, but what we can is we can keep it as a sort of cultural unconscious memory. The floating world, as we talked about, does not just represent, like, of course, the cruelties of slavery and labor exploitation and the excesses that were happening there, but also a genuine desire to find some kind of meaning, to find some escape, to find some higher, sublime feeling. And I think also Miyazaki felt bad about not allowing that fantasy or that part of Japanese history to still be a presence on our minds, on our unconscious, or rather the Japanese unconscious. I think that's kind of the takeaway here. It's not the same like the floating world, because the floating castle, because the floating castle was kind of like the perfect utopia that was destructive because of the weapon attached to it, because people weren't able to use this technology responsibly. The bathhouse represents much more like the fantasy of the fulfillment of desire, which cannot actually be fulfilled in this way, and is really inherently just a fantasy, right? It is floating and is drifting in our unconscious.
I think that they were both fantasies. I think that this idea of the floating castle that will solve all of your issues. I think that's again a complete fantasy, and the destructive element of the bathhouse is not like a literal weapon or anything. It's the um, associations of it being a like a place where identity is stripped away from you.
Yeah.
Instead, it's a place of community and like actual community and trust building and like togetherness rather than like a place where your identity is stripped away. So it's destructive in a different way.
I think you're right. I think you're right, because the Castle in the Sky, Miyazaki said that the hubris there was that people cannot live detached from the ground. They cannot live on this floating world. And if we think about you cannot live detached from the ground, well, the same thing is true about the bathhouse. If we read it as ukiyo-e, as the floating world, you cannot live on the floating world. You will have to get back to the ground. And that's where people are. That's where labor is, where solidarity exists, where relationships are formed, where love is, and so on. That's, I think, the most important thing to recognize about the fantasy.
I think, Roggol, you wanted to say something here at the end?
Yeah. Well, I just had a personal anecdote as to how I relate to this movie, I guess, because it was actually, I think it might be the first movie that I have memories of. I watched it when I was very, very young, and for the longest time in my life, I interacted with it like a dream. It was like something that I was pretty sure I'd seen it, but like all these memories of it were so vague and hazy. It felt like I wasn't sure how much of it was real and how much of it I dreamt up myself. And so I interacted with it in like a very similar way to Chihiro probably did to her own experiences. And so, and being when I watched it last year, I was able to put myself right into Chihiro's shoes and being like, oh yeah, I've been there. I've been lost in this world, the same world before when I was very, very young. I know how that feels because I have been to this exact place before. And I was able to see this child being so lost and afraid and really understand that feeling because I'd literally been there watching this movie before when I was very young.
That feels like a very wonderful way to, I guess, rewatch the movie after years and years. I had never the pleasure. I never had the pleasure of seeing the movie as a child myself, so I kind of envy that position.
I saw it a lot as a child, but hated it because my friend would always watch it instead of playing Marvel vs. Capcom on their PS1. That was my childhood memories of it.
Thank you for that anticlimactic one. It's perfect, taking us back to the ground.
Yeah. I think that there's no like greater like compliment for an artist who makes art for children to enjoy than to like for them to hear that this like movie was an experience that you could be brought back to in the same way that like a formative childhood memory is. I think that's really beautiful.
It's like for me, like I watched this movie tons as a kid. I have no memory of a time in which this was not my favorite piece of art. Like there's never been a time in my life where it's not been like, what is the thing you love the most in the world? Spirited Away.
Yeah. Well, this has been a love letter that's taken us a few hours to write together here to this movie. That's again, like, gotta be honest, still not my favorite, except the train sequence, which is like 14 out of 10 excellence. Yeah, but I guess we hope that you who's been listening to us has enjoyed this little journey, even as the destination may be unclear and where we started may not be like clear either. I hope you enjoyed this little ride, and maybe you're even listening to it on a train. Wouldn't that be something?
That would be magical.
Right. So if you enjoyed this this episode, do go into the description and check out our Patreon, where you can fund better microphones and also the bills to keep everything moving smoothly on Spotify and iTunes. Which, if you're listening on that, you will know exactly how valuable that might be to you. Patrons will also get access to our Discord, where you can talk to all of us who've been on the cast and
for information,
ask questions about it and discuss the works of Studio Ghibli.
Clarification. Yeah. The Discord is generally open for everyone, but there's a Patreon area. At the time, I need to be honest, as a good manager of this Patreon, what you're buying there when you get the access to the Discord is not much at the time, because we do not have much going on in the Discord in general. But I hope our podcast will grow, and that will also depend on you probably recommending this to other people around you who you think would like to hear 5 hours of analysis about Spirited Away.
Absolutely. Yeah. And also it's just great. It's great for us to hear from listeners and to discuss it. So if you're watching this on YouTube, don't forget to leave a comment, subscribe to Nyar's channel, where within the next couple of months you should be expecting the next episode of the Nausicaäst, which will be discussing The Cat Returns, which will
probably be fascinatingly different from this cast, because in this cast we have 5 hours. I've read books on it, and we've discussed and rambled about every single scene going on. The Cat Returns, I believe, will probably be short, but no promises, right? I mean, it could be.
The movie itself is
pretty simple.
The movie itself is only an hour and 15 minutes, and it's also the first sort of sequel, it's a sort of sequel, sort of spin-off to Whisper of the Heart.
Yeah, but we'll get into that when we hit Cat Returns.
Yes,
but
we'll get there when we get there.
But not in a couple of months, but in a couple of weeks. That's the clarification I also wanted to make. We're not that bad yet.
Yeah. Once again, thank you for listening and contemplating this great movie along with us. I have been your humble host, PlatonSkull, filling in for Njard, who's
on sick leave
right here. Yeah, he's not here. This is actually hasn't been Njard. I have been voicing him. I'm a really talented voice actor. You see, this was all a ruse.
Platon is insanely good at this.
Well, I suppose that's it. And I hope that you yourself listening to this, that you have some things that you'll never forget, even if you don't remember it. So that's that's the cast.
That's the cast. Goodbye, everybody.
Thanks for listening.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Yo, what was up with that bit where Yubaba just straight up shoots a Dragon Ball Z key blast? That was a weird scene, right?
That was a metaphor for attempting to control the uncontrollable urge to consume. Obviously, I mean, weren't you following along?